dear friend, welcome to this peaceful space where ancient wisdom meets restful sleep. Tonight, I am going to share with you a collection of Zen stories, Buddhist tales that have been passed down through generations, stories that carry profound wisdom, stories that will quiet your mind and guide you gently into deep, peaceful sleep. These are not just stories. They are teachings. They are medicine for the worried mind. They are companions for the restless soul. And tonight, as you listen to these tales, you will find that your mind begins to settle, your body begins to relax, and sleep comes naturally, effortlessly, peacefully. You do not need to try hard to understand these stories. You do not need to analyze them or figure them out. Simply listen. Let the stories wash over you like gentle waves. Let the wisdom sink in at its own pace. And let yourself drift into sleep whenever it comes. That is the only task tonight: to listen, to rest, and to sleep. Take a deep breath with me now. Breathe in slowly through your nose and breathe out gently through your mouth. Good. One more time. Breathe in peace. Breathe out tension. Beautiful. You are here. You are present, and you are ready to receive these ancient teachings. Let us begin with our first story. This is a tale that has been told in Zen monasteries for over 1,000 years. It is called The Empty Cup. There was once a university professor who came to visit a famous Zen master. The professor was a learned man, educated at the finest institutions, holder of multiple degrees, author of many books. He had come to the Zen master to learn about Zen Buddhism, but truly, he had come to show off his knowledge, to demonstrate his understanding, to prove that he already knew everything there was to know. The Zen master invited the professor into his simple dwelling and offered him tea. The professor sat down and immediately began talking. He spoke about his studies. He quoted ancient texts. He shared his theories and interpretations. He talked and talked and talked, barely pausing for breath. The Zen master listened quietly, saying nothing, simply preparing the tea with mindful attention. When the tea was ready, the Zen master began to pour it into the professor's cup. He poured and poured. The cup filled to the brim, but the master did not stop pouring. The tea began to overflow, spilling over the edges of the cup, running across the table, dripping onto the floor. Still the master continued pouring. The professor watched with growing alarm. Finally, he could contain himself no longer. "Master," he cried, "stop! The cup is full! No more will go in! It is overflowing! Can you not see?" The Zen master stopped pouring. He set down the teapot and looked at the professor with gentle eyes. "You are like this cup," he said quietly. "You are so full of your own opinions, your own ideas, your own knowledge, that there is no room for anything new. How can I teach you about Zen when your cup is already full? Before you can learn, you must first empty your cup. The professor sat in stunned silence. In that moment, he understood. He had come seeking wisdom. But he had not come with an open mind. He had come to add more knowledge to what he already possessed, not realizing that true learning requires emptiness, requires space, requires humility. He had been so busy talking that he could not listen. He had been so full of himself that there was no room for the master's teachings. From that day forward, the professor approached his studies differently. He learned to listen more than he spoke. He learned to empty his cup regularly, to set aside what he thought he knew and approach each moment with fresh eyes, with beginner's mind, with openness to new understanding. Now, let this story settle into your awareness. What does it mean for you? Where in your life is your cup too full? Where are you so busy talking, so busy thinking, so busy knowing, that you cannot learn anything new? Where are you so full of worries, of plans, of judgments, that there is no space for peace? Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you can practice emptying your cup. You can let go of all the thoughts that are filling your mind. You can release all the concerns that are occupying your attention. You can set aside all the knowledge, all the opinions, all the mental activity, and simply be empty. Simply be open. Simply be receptive to rest. Breathe deeply now, and with each exhale, imagine emptying your cup, letting go, making space, creating room for peace, for rest, for sleep. Your cup does not need to be full all the time. It is okay to be empty. In fact, emptiness is where peace lives. Emptiness is where sleep can enter. Empty your cup now. Let go, release, rest. Let us move to our second story. This is a tale about perspective, about not judging too quickly, about trusting that life unfolds in mysterious ways. It is called The Farmer's Horse, and it comes from ancient China. There was once a farmer who lived in a small village. He was not wealthy, but he had a good life. He had a small plot of land, a modest home, and one horse. The horse was his most valuable possession. He used it to plow his fields, to carry goods to market, to transport heavy loads. The horse was essential to his livelihood. One day, the horse ran away. It broke through the fence and disappeared into the hills. The farmer's neighbors came to his house and said, "What terrible luck! Your horse has run away! This is such bad news! How will you plow your fields? How will you survive? This is truly a disaster." But the farmer simply shrugged and said, "Maybe, maybe not. Who knows what is good or bad?" The neighbors were puzzled by his calm reaction. How could he be so indifferent to this obvious misfortune? But the farmer went about his work, undisturbed by the loss of his horse. A week later, something unexpected happened. The horse returned, and it was not alone. It had found a herd of wild horses in the hills, and had led them back to the farmer's property. Now the farmer did not have one horse, but 12 horses. The neighbors came rushing over and exclaimed, "What wonderful luck! Your horse came back and brought 11 wild horses with it. You are rich now! This is such good fortune! You are so blessed!" But the farmer simply said, "Maybe, maybe not. Who knows what is good or bad?" The neighbors thought this was strange. How could he not be overjoyed at such obvious good fortune? But the farmer remained calm and continued his work. The next week, the farmer's son began training the wild horses. One of the horses was particularly spirited and difficult to control. While trying to tame it, the farmer's son was thrown from the horse and broke his leg. It was a bad break, and the young man would be unable to walk for months. The neighbors came to the house and said, "What terrible luck! Your son has broken his leg. He cannot help you with the work now. This is such a tragedy. Your good fortune has turned to disaster." But the farmer simply replied, "Maybe, maybe not. Who knows what is good or bad?" The neighbors shook their heads at his strange attitude and went home, convinced that this was obviously a terrible turn of events. A month later, war came to the region. The army came through the village, conscripting all young men to fight in the war. It was a brutal war, and most who went did not return. But when the army came to the farmer's house, they saw that his son had a broken leg and could not walk, let alone fight. So they left him behind. The neighbors' sons were all taken away to war. Most of them died on the battlefield. The neighbors came to the farmer and said, "What incredible luck! Your son's broken leg saved his life! While our sons have all been taken to war and may never return, your son is safe at home. You are so fortunate." This injury that seemed so terrible was actually a blessing. And the farmer looked at them with gentle eyes and said, "Maybe, maybe not. Who knows what is good or bad?" This story teaches us something profound. We are so quick to judge events as good or bad, as fortunate or unfortunate. When something happens that we like, we call it good luck. When something happens that we dislike, we call it bad luck. But we do not see the whole picture. We do not see how events unfold over time. We do not see how what seems like misfortune today may lead to blessings tomorrow, and how what seems like good fortune today may lead to challenges tomorrow. The farmer understood something that most people do not understand. He understood that life is complex, that causes and conditions are interconnected in ways we cannot predict, that our judgments of good and bad are often premature and always limited. So he remained equanimous. He did not get too excited when things seemed good. He did not get too upset when things seemed bad. He simply remained present, accepting what came, trusting the unfolding of life. As you lie here now, preparing for sleep, you can practice this wisdom. Think about your own life. Think about the things you have judged as bad luck, as misfortune, as problems. Can you hold those judgments more lightly? Can you say, maybe this is not as bad as I think? Maybe something good will come from this. Maybe I do not see the whole picture yet. And think about the things you are clinging to as good, as necessary, as essential for your happiness. Can you hold those more lightly too? Can you say, maybe this good fortune is not permanent. Maybe I can be okay even if circumstances change. Maybe my happiness does not depend on external conditions as much as I think. This is the practice of equanimity. This is the practice of non-attachment. This is the practice of trusting life, even when you cannot see where it is leading. And this practice brings great peace. Because when you stop constantly judging everything as good or bad, when you stop fighting against what is, when you stop clinging to what you want, you can finally relax. You can finally rest. You can finally let go into sleep. Breathe now. Let go of your judgments. Release your tight grip on how you think things should be. Trust the unfolding. You do not need to know if something is good or bad. You do not need to figure it all out. You simply need to be here, now, breathing, resting, trusting. Sleep will come. Peace is here. Let go. Our third story tonight is about letting go, about not carrying burdens longer than necessary, about the difference between rules and compassion. It is called The Two Monks and the Woman. Two monks, Tanzan and Ikido, were traveling together down a muddy road during a heavy rain. As they came around a bend, they encountered a beautiful young woman in a silk kimono and sash, standing at the edge of a large puddle of water that stretched across the road. She was clearly unable to cross without ruining her fine clothes. Without hesitation, Tanzan walked up to the woman, lifted her in his arms, and carried her across the puddle, setting her down gently on the other side. The woman thanked him and went on her way. The two monks continued walking in silence. Now, you must understand that these were Buddhist monks who had taken vows, including a vow not to touch women. Ikido was deeply troubled by what Tanzan had done. How could he have broken his vow so casually? How could he have touched that woman? This was a serious violation of monastic rules. But Ikido said nothing. He walked beside Tanzan in silence, but inside his mind was churning with judgment and criticism. He thought about nothing else. For the next several hours, as they continued their journey, his mind replayed the scene over and over. He imagined what he should say to Tanzan. He considered reporting him to their teacher. He felt righteous indignation building within him. Finally, after they had walked for many miles and arrived at their lodging temple that evening, Ikido could contain himself no longer. He turned to Tanzan and said, We monks are not supposed to touch women. Why did you carry that woman across the puddle? Tanzan looked at him with surprise and then smiled gently. I set that woman down hours ago, he said. Why are you still carrying her? In that moment, Ikido understood his mistake. Tanzan had seen a person in need and had helped without hesitation. He had acted from compassion, not from desire. And once the action was complete, once the woman was across the puddle, he had let go. The moment was finished. He carried no burden of guilt, no worry about having broken a rule, no attachment to the event. He had set the woman down and moved on. But Ikido had been carrying that woman in his mind for hours. He had been replaying the scene, judging it, worrying about it, holding on to it with his thoughts. He had not physically touched the woman, but he had been clutching her in his mind all day long. He had carried a much heavier burden than Tanzan had carried physically. This story teaches us about the burdens we carry in our minds. How often do we carry past events, past conversations, past mistakes, past hurts, long after they are over? How often do we replay scenes in our minds, wishing we had acted differently, worrying about what others think, judging ourselves or others? How often do we pick up heavy weights with our thinking and carry them for miles and miles, never setting them down? The practice is to be like Tanzan, to act when action is needed, with wisdom and compassion, and then to let go, to set down the burden, to release the past moment and be fully present in the next moment, not to carry things longer than necessary. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you can practice this letting go. What are you carrying in your mind? What past events are you replaying? What judgments are you holding on to? What worries are you clutching? What regrets are you lugging around? You can set them all down now, just as Tanzan set the woman down hours ago. You can set down whatever you have been carrying. You do not need to carry it into sleep. You do not need to take it with you into the night. Set it down. Let it go. Release your grip. Feel how much lighter you become when you stop carrying unnecessary burdens. Feel how your body relaxes. Feel how your mind quiets. You are not being asked to carry everything all the time. You can set things down. You can rest. You can let go. Breathe deeply now, and with each exhale, set something down. Release something you have been carrying. Let go of something you no longer need to hold. Set it down. Set it down. Set it down. And feel the relief, feel the lightness. Feel the peace that comes when you stop carrying unnecessary weight. Rest now. You have set down your burdens. You are free to sleep. Let us move to our fourth story of the evening. This is a tale about staying true to your nature, about compassion, even when it is difficult, about not being changed by the cruelty of others. It is called The Zen Master and the Scorpion. A Zen master was sitting by the edge of a river, deep in meditation. Suddenly, he heard a tiny sound. A small creature in distress. He opened his eyes and saw a scorpion struggling in the water, being swept downstream, about to drown. Without thinking, the master reached down and scooped the scorpion out of the water, intending to place it safely on the bank. But as soon as he lifted the scorpion, it stung him. The pain was sharp and immediate. The master's hand jerked involuntarily from the sting, and the scorpion fell back into the water. The master saw the creature struggling again, being pulled by the current. So once more, he reached down and scooped the scorpion out of the water, and once more the scorpion stung him. Again, the sharp pain. Again, the involuntary jerk. Again, the scorpion fell back into the water. A student who had been watching this from nearby came running over. "Master," he said, "why do you keep trying to save that scorpion? Can you not see that it keeps stinging you? Its nature is to sting. Let it drown." The Zen master smiled through his pain and reached into the water a third time. He cupped his hands carefully, scooped up the scorpion once more, and this time managed to place it safely on the bank before it could sting him again. He watched as the scorpion scuttled away into the grass, alive and unharmed. Then he turned to his student and said gently, "You are right. It is the scorpion's nature to sting. But it is my nature to save. Just because the scorpion does not change its nature, why should I change mine?" This story teaches us something profound about staying true to who we are, even when others hurt us, even when our kindness is not returned, even when our compassion is met with cruelty. The scorpion could not help stinging. It was its nature. It was acting on instinct, on conditioning, on its own limited understanding of the world. It did not know that the master was trying to help. It only knew to defend itself in the way it knew how, and the master could have become angry. He could have said, "I tried to help you, and you stung me, so now you can drown." He could have let the scorpion's actions change his own nature. He could have met cruelty with cruelty. But he did not. He remained true to his compassionate nature. He continued to act from kindness, not because the scorpion deserved it, but because compassion was who he was. How often in life do we encounter scorpions? People who sting us when we try to help them. People who respond to our kindness with cruelty. People who hurt us, betray us, disappoint us. And how often do we respond by becoming bitter, by hardening our hearts, by saying, "I will not be kind anymore, because kindness only gets me hurt." But this is letting the scorpion change our nature. This is letting the cruel actions of others determine who we become. The Zen master teaches us that we can choose differently. We can continue to be kind, not because others deserve it, but because kindness is our nature. we can continue to be compassionate, not because it will always be appreciated, but because compassion is who we are. This does not mean we must be foolish. The master learned to cup his hands differently so the scorpion could not sting him as easily. We can be wise about protecting ourselves. We can set boundaries. We can be careful. But we do not have to become hard. We do not have to lose our softness, our openness, our capacity for love. We can remain true to our gentle nature, even in a world that sometimes stings. As you rest here now, think about your own nature. At your core, who are you? Are you kind? Are you generous? Are you loving? Are you gentle? Have you let the stings of life harden you? Have you let the cruelty of others change your essential nature? Have you decided to become a scorpion because scorpions have stung you? Tonight, you can decide to return to your true nature. You can decide that no matter how many times you have been hurt, you will not let that change who you are at your core. You can be like the Master. You can continue to reach out with kindness. You can continue to act from compassion. Not because the world always deserves it, but because it is your nature, because it is who you are. Breathe deeply now. Feel your true nature beneath all the wounds, beneath all the defenses, beneath all the hardness you may have developed. Feel the softness that is still there. Feel the kindness that is your essence. Feel the love that is your core. This is who you truly are. Not the hurts you have received, not the defenses you have built, but the gentle, compassionate being beneath it all. Rest in that true nature now. Let go of the hardness. Soften, open. Return to who you really are, and from that soft, open place, sleep will come naturally. Peace will arise. Rest will embrace you. You are doing so beautifully. You have listened to 4 Zen stories now, each one carrying wisdom, each one inviting you to see life differently, to hold things more lightly, to rest more deeply. Your mind is beginning to quiet. Your body is continuing to relax, and sleep is drawing near. Take a deep breath with me now. Breathe in slowly, filling your lungs completely, and breathe out slowly, releasing everything. One more time. Breathe in peace, calm, wisdom, and breathe out worry, tension, resistance. Beautiful. Let us continue with more ancient wisdom. Let us explore more stories that will guide you deeper into peace, deeper into rest, deeper into sleep. There is an ancient Buddhist tale from Japan about a stone cutter who was never satisfied with his life. This story teaches us about contentment, about the endless cycle of wanting, about finding peace in what we already are. It is called the stone cutter. There was once a stone cutter who lived at the base of a great mountain. Every day, he would climb up the mountain with his tools and cut stones from the rock face. It was hard work. His hands were rough and calloused. His back ached from the labor, The sun beat down on him mercilessly as he worked, and he earned very little money for his efforts. One day, as he was cutting stones, he saw a wealthy merchant pass by in a grand procession. The merchant rode in a beautiful palanquin carried by servants. He was dressed in fine silk robes. He carried a decorative fan to keep himself cool. Musicians played pleasant music as he traveled. The stone cutter looked down at his rough hands, his simple clothes, his heavy tools, and he felt a deep longing arise within him. "I wish I could be a wealthy merchant," he said aloud. "Then I would not have to work so hard. I would have fine clothes and servants and an easy life. If only I were a merchant, I would be happy." Now, there was a mountain spirit who heard the stone cutter's wish. And the spirit, feeling compassionate, decided to grant it. In an instant, the stone cutter found himself transformed into a wealthy merchant. He had fine silk robes, a beautiful home, servants to attend to his every need, and riches beyond measure. He was delighted. Finally, he thought, "I am happy. Finally, I have what I need." But one day, as he was being carried through the town in his palanquin, he felt the intense heat of the sun beating down on him. Even with his decorative fan, even in the shade of his covered palanquin, the heat was oppressive and uncomfortable. He looked up at the sun blazing in the sky, powerful and relentless, and he thought, "The sun is more powerful than I am. The sun can make even a wealthy merchant uncomfortable. I wish I could be the sun. Then I would be truly powerful." The mountain spirit heard this wish and granted it. Instantly, the stone cutter became the sun. He blazed in the sky, powerful and bright, his rays reaching everything below. Nothing could escape his heat. Nothing could resist his light. He felt immensely powerful. "This is what true power is," he thought. "Now I am finally satisfied." But then, a large cloud drifted across the sky and blocked his rays. The cloud prevented his light from reaching the earth. His heat could not penetrate the thick mass of water vapor. He realized that the cloud was more powerful than he was. "I wish I were a cloud," he thought. "Then I would be even more powerful than the sun." The spirit granted this wish as well. The stone cutter became a cloud, drifting across the sky, blocking the sun's rays, bringing rain and storms wherever he went. He felt powerful indeed. But then, he felt himself being pushed and moved by the wind. The wind blew him wherever it wanted. He had no control over his direction. The wind, he realized, was more powerful than a cloud. "I wish I were the wind," he thought. "Then I would have ultimate power." And so he became the wind, blowing wherever he wished, bending trees, creating waves on the ocean, moving clouds across the sky. He felt truly powerful now. But then he tried to move a great mountain, and the mountain would not budge. He blew against it with all his force, but the mountain stood firm, unmoved, unshakable. The mountain, he realized, was more powerful than even the wind. I wish I were a mountain, he thought. Then I would be the most powerful thing of all. The spirit granted this wish, and the stone cutter became a great mountain. He stood tall and firm, unmoved by wind, untouched by clouds, unaffected by the sun. He felt invincible. This is true power, he thought. Nothing can move me. Nothing can change me. I am finally satisfied. But then he felt something, a sharp, persistent pain. He looked down at his base and saw a stone cutter chipping away at him with hammer and chisel, cutting stones from his body piece by piece. And in that moment he understood. The stone cutter was more powerful than the mountain. The stone cutter could change even the unchangeable mountain. And he wished, with all his heart, to be a stone cutter again. The mountain spirit heard this final wish and smiled. And in an instant, the stone cutter was returned to his original form, standing at the base of the mountain with his hammer and chisel in his rough, calloused hands. But everything had changed, because now he understood. He understood that he had always been exactly what he needed to be. He understood that true power was not in being something else, but in accepting what he was. He understood that happiness was not in constantly wanting more, but in being content with enough. From that day forward, he cut stones with peace in his heart, grateful for his simple life, no longer wishing to be anything other than what he was. This story speaks to the endless cycle of wanting that traps so many of us. We think, if only I had this, then I would be happy. If only I were that, then I would be satisfied. If only my circumstances were different, then I would have peace. And so we chase after one thing, and when we get it, we immediately want something else. We are never satisfied. We are never content. We are always looking at what others have, always wishing to be someone else, somewhere else, something else. But the stone cutter learned what the Buddha taught thousands of years ago, that this constant wanting is the source of suffering. That peace comes not from getting everything we want, but from wanting what we already have. That true power comes not from being something we are not, but from fully accepting and embracing what we are. As you lie here now, preparing for sleep, you can practice this acceptance. You can stop, just for tonight, the endless cycle of wanting. You can stop wishing you were someone else, somewhere else, in different circumstances. You can accept, just for this moment, exactly what and who you are. You can be content with enough. You can rest in what is. Think about your life. What are you constantly wishing were different? What are you endlessly pursuing? Thinking that once you get it, you will finally be happy. What if you could let go of that chase, just for tonight? What if you could be like the stone cutter at the end of the story. Grateful for your simple life, at peace with who and what you are. What if this moment, exactly as it is, could be enough? This does not mean you stop growing or improving or pursuing meaningful goals. It simply means you stop the exhausting inner chase. It means you find peace in the present moment, even as you work toward the future. It means you are grateful for what you have, even as you aspire to more. It means you accept yourself as you are, even as you evolve into who you will become. Breathe deeply now, and with each breath, practice acceptance. I accept myself as I am in this moment. I accept my life as it is in this moment. I accept my circumstances as they are in this moment. I am enough. I have enough. This is enough. Feel the relief that comes with stopping the chase. Feel the peace that arises when you rest in what is. Feel the contentment that emerges when you finally stop wishing to be someone else. You are exactly who you need to be. You are exactly where you need to be. And in this acceptance, in this contentment, sleep can come easily. Rest can embrace you. Peace can hold you. Let go now. You are enough. This is enough. Rest. Our next story is very short, but carries profound wisdom about purity of mind and the difference between outer circumstances and inner state. It is called The Muddy Road. Two monks, Tanzen and Aikido, were once again traveling together, this time on a pilgrimage to a distant temple. They came to a crossroads where a beautiful young woman in elaborate clothes was standing, looking distressed. The road ahead was muddy from recent rains, and she was clearly unable to cross without ruining her fine garments. Tanzan immediately went to her and said, "Come, I will help you." He lifted her in his arms and carried her across the muddy road, setting her down gently on the other side. The woman thanked him with a bow and went on her way. The two monks continued their journey. They walked in silence for many miles. Finally, as they were approaching the temple, Aikido could no longer contain himself. He turned to Tanzan and said, "Brother, we monks have taken vows. We are not supposed to go near women, especially beautiful young women. Yet you picked that woman up and carried her. How could you do such a thing?" Tanzan looked at him with surprise and then smiled. "I put that woman down on the other side of the road," he said. "Are you still carrying her?" This story appears in our collection twice, earlier and now again, because its wisdom is so important, so relevant, so easily forgotten. We think that purity is about what we do on the outside, about following rules, about avoiding certain actions or situations. But true purity, the Buddha taught, is about the mind. It is about our intentions. It is about what we carry internally. Tanzan acted from pure compassion. He saw someone in need and helped without any ulterior motive. His mind was pure, and once the action was complete, he let it go. His mind remained clean, clear, untroubled. But Aikido, who never touched the woman, who followed the letter of the rule, had an impure mind. He carried lust or judgment or obsession with rules in his thoughts for hours. His mind was muddy, even though his hands were clean. How often do we make this same mistake? How often do we obsess over external purity while our minds are full of judgment, criticism, lust, greed, hatred? How often do we follow rules perfectly while our hearts are hard and our thoughts are cruel? How often do we avoid certain actions while engaging in endless harmful thinking? The Buddha taught that actions begin in the mind. If the mind is pure, actions will be pure. If the mind is impure, no amount of following rules will make us truly virtuous. What matters is not just what we do or do not do on the outside, but what we carry on the inside. What matters is our intention, our heart, our inner state. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you can practice inner purity. You can let go of the judgments you have been carrying in your mind. You can release the criticism, the grudges, the resentments, the obsessive thoughts. You can clean your mind the way you would clean a room, sweeping out the old thoughts, the stale ideas, the mental clutter. You can put down what you have been carrying unnecessarily. You can create inner space, inner clarity, inner purity. Breathe slowly now, and with each exhale, let go of a thought you have been carrying. Release a judgment, put down a criticism, set aside a worry, clean your mind, make it pure, make it clear. Make it ready for sleep. Your mind does not need to carry so much. Your thoughts do not need to be so heavy. You can put it all down now. You can let it all go. You can rest in a clean, clear, pure mind. And from that pure space, sleep will come naturally, effortlessly, peacefully. Rest now. Your mind is clean. Your heart is light. You are ready for sleep. Let me share with you one more story before we complete this first part of our journey together. This is a story about accepting the nature of things, about not fighting against reality, about finding peace in what is. It is called The Nature of Things. A student once came to a Zen master in great distress. "Master," he said, "I am suffering terribly. My father has died. My business has failed. My wife has left me. My health is poor. My friends have abandoned me. Everything in my life is going wrong. Please tell me what to do. How can I escape this suffering?" The master looked at the student with great compassion. Then he picked up a brush and wrote a single word on a piece of paper. He handed the paper to the student. The student looked at it and read the word aloud: suffering. He looked up at the master, confused and somewhat offended. "Master," he said, "I came to you to learn how to escape suffering. And all you write is the word suffering. How is this supposed to help me?" The master took the paper back, picked up his brush again, and wrote the same word, this time larger, suff irange. He handed it back to the student. The student looked at it and became frustrated. "Master," he said, "you are just writing the same word bigger. This does not help me at all. I need guidance. I need wisdom. I need a way out of my pain." The master remained calm. He took the paper once more and wrote the word even larger, filling the entire page. Suff irange. Then he looked at the student and spoke for the first time. "Suffering is the nature of life," he said gently. "Everyone suffers. Everyone experiences loss, change, pain, disappointment. This is not unique to you. This is not punishment. This is simply life. Your father died because all living things die. Your business failed because all enterprises are uncertain. Your wife left because relationships change. Your health declined because bodies age. Your friends moved away because circumstances shift. None of this is about you being bad or unlucky or cursed. This is simply the nature of things." The student sat in silence, absorbing these words. "But Master," he finally said, "if suffering is the nature of life, then what hope is there? How can I ever be happy?" The master smiled. "Happiness does not come from avoiding suffering," he said. "Happiness comes from accepting it. When you fight against the nature of things, you create additional suffering on top of the unavoidable suffering of life. When you accept the nature of things, when you stop resisting what is, the additional suffering dissolves. The pain remains, yes, but the anguish, the despair, the feeling that something is terribly wrong, these disappear. You can have pain without suffering. You can have loss without despair. You can have change without anguish. When you accept the nature of things. This is one of the Buddha's core teachings, that life includes pain, that everything changes, that we will lose what we love, that we will age and sicken and die, that uncertainty and disappointment are part of the human experience. These are what Buddhism calls the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or more accurately, the truth of unsatisfactoriness, the truth that life does not always go as we wish. But the Buddha did not stop there. He taught that while pain is inevitable, suffering is optional. Pain is what happens to us. Suffering is what we add to the pain through our resistance, our denial, our belief that things should be different than they are. When we fight against the nature of things, when we say this should not be happening, when we rage against change or loss or disappointment, we multiply our pain. We create suffering on top of pain. But when we accept the nature of things, when we say, yes, this is life, this is how it is, this is what it means to be human, something shifts. The pain does not necessarily go away, but the suffering, the extra layer of anguish we add, begins to dissolve. We can hold pain more lightly. We can move through loss with grace. we can face change with equanimity. We find that we are stronger than we thought, that we can bear more than we imagined. That acceptance brings a kind of peace even in the midst of difficulty. As you rest here now, you can practice this acceptance. What pain are you carrying? What loss are you fighting against? What change are you resisting? What aspect of life are you refusing to accept? Can you stop fighting? Just for tonight, can you say yes to what is, even if what is painful? Can you accept the nature of things, the impermanence of all conditions, the uncertainty of life? This does not mean you stop trying to improve things. It does not mean you become passive or give up. It simply means you stop adding resistance to pain. You stop creating suffering on top of suffering. You accept what is in this moment, and from that acceptance, you can respond wisely rather than react blindly. You can move forward with grace rather than thrash against reality. Breathe deeply now and say to yourself, either silently or aloud, this is the nature of things. Life includes pain. Change is constant. Loss is part of loving. Uncertainty is part of being alive. And I can accept this. I can be with this. I can carry this with grace. I do not need to fight against reality. I can accept the nature of things. And in this acceptance, I find peace. Feel how your body softens when you stop fighting. Feel how your mind quiets when you stop resisting. Feel how your heart opens when you stop demanding that life be different than it is. This is acceptance. This is wisdom. This is peace. And from this place of acceptance, sleep comes easily, because you are no longer at war with reality. You are at peace with what is, and that peace is the doorway to rest. Let go now, accept, surrender, sleep. You have listened to 7 profound stories tonight, 7 ancient teachings, 7 invitations to wisdom. Your mind has been gently guided away from the worried thoughts of the day toward these timeless truths. Your body has been gradually relaxing, releasing the tension you have been carrying. Your heart has been softening, opening, learning to hold life more lightly. Take a moment now to feel how different you are from when we started. Notice how much calmer you feel, how much more settled, how much closer to sleep. The stories have done their work. The wisdom has sunk in. And now you are ready to rest even more deeply. Let your body continue to relax. Feel your head heavy on the pillow. Feel your shoulders dropping down. Feel your arms loose and heavy. Feel your chest rising and falling with each breath. Feel your belly soft and relaxed. Feel your legs heavy, sinking down. Feel your feet completely at rest. Your entire body is relaxed, heavy, ready for sleep. Let your mind continue to quiet. The stories have given your mind something to focus on other than worries. The wisdom has created space for peace. Your thoughts are slowing down. The internal chatter is diminishing. Your mind is becoming still, like a pond when the wind stops, like the sky when the clouds clear, still, quiet, peaceful. Let your heart continue to soften. The stories have touched something deep within you, something that recognizes truth when it hears it, something that has been longing for this wisdom, this peace, this rest. Your heart is open. Your spirit is calm. You are held by something larger than yourself, something ancient and wise, something that has been offering these teachings for thousands of years, guiding countless beings toward peace, toward understanding, toward rest. You are part of this ancient lineage now. You are receiving what has been passed down through generations. You are being held by the same wisdom that held the monks and masters and seekers who came before you. You are not alone in your seeking. You are not alone in your need for peace. You are part of a vast community of beings who have sought rest, who have practiced acceptance, who have learned to let go. And tonight, you rest in this tradition. You sleep in this wisdom. You are held by this ancient peace. Breathe slowly, deeply, easily. You are safe. You are calm. You are ready for sleep. The first part of your journey through these Zen stories is complete. More stories await in the hours ahead, but for now you can simply rest, simply breathe, simply be. The stories have prepared you. The wisdom has settled you. And sleep is here, waiting to embrace you. Let go now. Drift. Rest, sleep. You are held by ancient wisdom. You are safe in this peace. Sweet dreams. Welcome to the second part of our journey through ancient Zen wisdom. You have already heard 7 profound stories, and your mind has begun to settle. Your body has begun to release, and sleep has begun to draw near. Now we continue with more tales, more teachings, more invitations to peace and rest. Take a deep breath with me. Breathe in slowly, deeply, filling your lungs with calm, and breathe out gently, releasing any remaining tension. Good. You are here. You are present. You are ready to receive more wisdom. And as you listen to these next stories, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation, even closer to sleep. There is a beautiful story about a Zen master who lived in a small temple on a mountainside. He was known throughout the region for his wisdom and his peaceful presence. People would travel from far away to meet him, to ask him questions, to seek his guidance. But there was something unusual about this master. He never gave direct answers. He never offered explicit teachings. Instead, he simply served tea. This story is called The Master's Tea. A young scholar came to visit the master one day. The scholar had studied all the great texts. He had memorized sutras and commentaries. He had debated with learned monks and won arguments with his brilliant logic. He had come to the master to demonstrate his knowledge and perhaps to teach the master a thing or two. The master welcomed him warmly and invited him to sit. "Would you like some tea?" the master asked. The scholar nodded and immediately began talking about Buddhism, quoting texts, sharing his interpretations, displaying his vast learning. He talked without pause, his words flowing like a river in flood. The master quietly prepared the tea. He heated the water with mindful attention. He warmed the pot. He measured the tea leaves. He poured the water slowly, watching the leaves unfurl and release their essence. All of this he did with complete presence, with total attention, while the scholar continued his endless monologue about Dharma and doctrine. When the tea was ready, the master poured a cup and handed it to the scholar. The scholar took it without pausing his speech and drank it without tasting it, all while continuing to expound upon his knowledge. The master poured another cup. Again, the scholar drank it without awareness, without appreciation, without even noticing what he was drinking. The master poured a third cup and handed it to the scholar. This time, instead of speaking, the master simply sat in silence, looking at the scholar with gentle, patient eyes. The scholar, confused by the silence, finally stopped talking. He looked down at the cup in his hands. He lifted it to his lips and took a sip. And for the first time, he actually tasted the tea. It was extraordinary. The flavor was complex and subtle, floral and earthy at once. The warmth spread through his body. The aroma filled his senses. The texture was smooth on his tongue. He took another sip, this time with full attention. He closed his eyes. He savored the experience. He was completely present with this simple cup of tea. When he opened his eyes, he looked at the master with new understanding. The master smiled. "You came here to teach me about Buddhism," the master said gently. "But I have nothing to teach you about texts and doctrines. You already know those things. What I have to teach you is this: be present, taste your tea. The greatest wisdom is not in the books you have read or the arguments you have won. The greatest wisdom is in this moment, in this breath, in this cup of tea, when you are fully here, fully awake, fully alive." The scholar bowed deeply. In that moment, he understood more than all his years of study had taught him. He had learned the most important teaching of all: presence. This story teaches us something essential. So much of our lives, we are like the scholar before his awakening. We are drinking tea without tasting it. We are living life without experiencing it. We are going through the motions without being present. Our minds are elsewhere, lost in thoughts about the past or worries about the future, planning and analyzing and remembering and anticipating, but never quite here, never quite now. We eat meals without tasting the food. We have conversations without really listening. We walk without noticing where we are. We work without awareness. We live without being fully alive. We are so busy thinking about life that we forget to experience life. We are so caught up in knowing about things that we forget to simply be with things. The Master's teaching was simple but profound. Be present. Taste your tea. This moment, right now, is all you have. This breath is the only breath. This experience is the only experience. Everything else is memory or imagination. Everything else is thought. But this, right here, right now, this is real. This is life. This is where peace lives. This is where wisdom resides. Not in the past, not in the future, not in your head, but here, now, in presence. As you lie here preparing for sleep, you can practice this presence. You can taste your tea, so to speak. You can be fully here, fully now. Fully aware of this moment. Feel the weight of your body on the surface beneath you. Really feel it. Notice the texture against your skin. Feel the temperature of the air. Notice the sounds around you or the silence. Feel your breath moving in and out. Really feel it. Be present with this experience of lying here, breathing, resting. When your mind wanders to tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's conversations, gently bring it back. When you start planning or worrying or remembering, gently return to now, this moment, this breath, this body, this experience. Taste your tea, be present, and in this presence, you will find peace. In this presence, sleep will come naturally. Because when you are fully here, fully now, there is nothing to worry about. There is nothing to figure out. There is only this, and this is enough. This is peace. This is rest. Breathe now. Be here now. Taste this moment. You are present. You are alive. You are exactly where you need to be. And in this presence, sleep embraces you gently, naturally, peacefully. Rest now. Be now. You are here. Our next story is about identity, about who we truly are beneath our temporary forms and names. It is a teaching the Buddha gave about the nature of self, told through the metaphor of waves and ocean. This story is called The Waves and the Ocean. A wave arose in the vast ocean and began to roll toward the shore. As it moved through the water, it looked around and saw other waves nearby. Some were larger than itself, some were smaller. Some moved faster, some moved more slowly. Some had beautiful foaming crests. Others were smooth and dark. And looking at all these other waves, the wave began to feel separate, individual, unique. I am this wave, it thought. I am different from that wave over there. I am myself. I have my own size, my own shape, my own speed, my own characteristics. I am a distinct entity, separate from all other waves. And with this thought of separation came fear. What will happen to me? The wave wondered. I am moving toward the shore. I see other waves ahead of me, crashing on the beach and disappearing. That will be my fate too. Soon I will reach the shore. I will crash. I will dissolve. I will cease to exist. I will die. And the wave became filled with anxiety and dread. An older wave, rolling along nearby, noticed the young wave's distress. "Why are you so worried?" the older wave asked. "You seem troubled, little one." The young wave replied, "How can I not be worried? Look ahead! See what happens to waves that reach the shore. They crash and disappear. They die. And that is what will happen to me. Soon I will cease to exist." The older wave smiled with compassion. "You are suffering from a misunderstanding," it said gently. "You think you are only a wave, but that is not what you truly are. Yes, you appear as a wave. Yes, you have a temporary form called a wave. But look deeper. What are you really made of?" The young wave looked at itself, confused. "I am made of wave. I am wave stuff." "No," said the older wave. "You are made of water. You are the ocean, temporarily expressing itself as a wave. The wave is just a form, a temporary appearance. But the essence, the substance, the truth of what you are is ocean. You are ocean." "But I will still crash on the shore," protested the young wave. "I will still disappear." "Yes," said the older wave. "The wave form will dissolve, but the water will not disappear. The water will be absorbed back into the ocean from which it arose. The wave is temporary, but the ocean is eternal. You are not really a separate wave. You are ocean playing at being a wave. And when the wave form ends, you do not die. You simply return to your true nature. You return to ocean. You return to what you always were, what you always will be, what you truly are beneath this temporary appearance." The young wave understood. It looked down at itself and saw clearly now. It was not just a wave. It was water. It was ocean. The wave was a beautiful, temporary expression of its deeper nature. And when the wave crashed on the shore, it would not die. It would simply return home, to the ocean, to itself, to what it had always been. And so the young wave continued rolling toward the shore, but now without fear, without anxiety, without dread. It enjoyed its time as a wave, knowing that it was something much larger, much deeper, much more permanent than this temporary form. And when it finally reached the shore and crashed in a burst of foam and spray, there was no tragedy, no ending, no death. There was only water returning to water, ocean returning to ocean. The temporary form dissolving back into eternal essence. This is what the Buddha taught about the nature of self. We think we are separate individuals, isolated waves in the ocean of existence. We identify with our temporary forms, this body, this personality, this name, this life, and we think that is what we are. And because we identify with the temporary, we fear its ending. We fear death. We fear change. We fear loss. Because we think when this wave dissolves, we will cease to exist. But the Buddha taught that this is a misunderstanding. Just like the wave, is temporarily manifested ocean. We are temporarily manifested consciousness, temporarily manifested life, temporarily manifested being. Beneath our individual appearance, we are something much larger. We are not separate from the whole. We are expressions of it. We are the universe experiencing itself through this particular form for this particular time. This does not mean we do not exist or that we are not real. The wave is real. The wave is a genuine expression of ocean, but the wave is not separate from ocean. It is ocean in a particular form. Similarly, you are real. You are a genuine expression of life, of consciousness, of being. But you are not separate from the totality. You are part of it, arising from it, sustained by it, returning to it. When you understand this, fear lessens, because you realize that the ending of this temporary form is not the ending of what you truly are. Just as the waves crashing on the shore is not the death of the water, the death of your body is not the death of the consciousness, the life force, the essence that you are. That essence is eternal. That essence is connected to everything. That essence is home. And you are already that. You have always been that. You will always be that. As you rest here now, feel into this deeper truth. Yes, you are this body lying here. Yes, you are this personality with its unique characteristics. But you are also something more. You are life itself, expressing through this particular form. You are consciousness itself, aware through these particular senses. You are the ocean, playing at being a wave. And there is great peace in knowing this. There is great relief in feeling your connection to the whole. You are not alone. You are not separate. You are not fragile and isolated. You are part of something vast and eternal and unbreakable. Breathe deeply now. Feel yourself as the ocean. Feel the temporary wave of this body, this breath, this moment. But also feel the eternal ocean beneath and within and around. Feel your connection to all things. Feel your participation in the great dance of existence. You are held. You are part of the whole. And when this temporary form eventually dissolves, you will not disappear. You will simply return home, to the ocean, to the source, to what you have always been. Rest in this knowledge. Rest in this peace. You are more than you think you are. You are deeper than you know. You are eternal expressing as temporary, infinite expressing as finite, ocean expressing as wave. And in knowing this, you can let go. You can relax. You can surrender to sleep without fear, because sleep is just a small wave dissolving, just a temporary form releasing, just consciousness returning briefly to its source before arising again. There is nothing to fear. There is only the eternal dance of arising and dissolving, manifesting and returning. Wave and ocean, you and the infinite. Rest now. You are held by the ocean. You are the ocean. All is well. Sleep. Let me share with you a humorous story that carries deep wisdom about the nature of perception and truth. This story is called The Argument About Reality. 3 monks were sitting outside their temple one evening, enjoying the coolness after a hot day. A flag was hanging from a pole nearby, and a breeze was making it wave back and forth. The 3 monks fell into a philosophical discussion about what they were witnessing. The first monk said, "The flag is moving. That is what we are seeing. The movement is in the flag." The second monk disagreed. "No," he said, "the flag is not moving. The wind is moving. The movement is in the wind, and the wind is making the flag appear to move. But it is the wind that is truly moving, not the flag." The first monk shook his head. "You are wrong. The flag is clearly moving. Look at it! We can see it waving back and forth." "No," insisted the second monk, "you are mistaken. It is the wind that moves. The flag is simply being moved by the wind. The movement originates in the wind." They argued back and forth, each certain of his position, each trying to convince the other, neither willing to concede. Their voices grew louder. Their gestures became more animated. What had started as a philosophical discussion was becoming a heated argument. Just then, their teacher, the Zen master, walked by. He heard the arguing and stopped. "What are you two fighting about?" he asked. The monks explained their positions. "Master," said the first monk, "please tell him that the flag is moving." "No." "Master," said the second monk, "tell him that the wind is moving." The master looked at the flag waving in the breeze. Then he looked at his 2 students. "Neither the flag is moving, nor the wind is moving," he said calmly. "Your minds are moving." And he walked away, leaving the 2 monks in stunned silence. This story points to something profound about how we experience reality. We think we are perceiving an objective world out there, independent of us. We think we are neutral observers, seeing things as they really are. We argue about what is true, what is real, what is actually happening, convinced that our perception is accurate and others are mistaken. But the Zen master teaches us that what we experience is not reality itself, but reality as filtered through our minds, our perceptions, our interpretations, our concepts. The flag is there. The wind is there. But the experience of the flag waving, the meaning we make of it, the concepts we apply to it, the argument about what is really moving, all of this is happening in the mind. 2 people can look at the same event and see completely different things, not because the event is ambiguous, but because their minds are different. Their conditioning is different. Their concepts are different. Their perceptions are different. What we see is shaped by how we see. What we experience is filtered through who we are. This is why people argue so much about truth, about reality, about what really happened or what something really means. Everyone is convinced their perception is accurate. Everyone is certain they see clearly. But we are all looking through the unique lens of our own mind, our own conditioning, our own past experiences, our own beliefs and expectations and fears and desires. We are not seeing reality directly. We are seeing our mental interpretation of reality. And that interpretation is constantly moving, constantly changing, constantly coloring what we perceive. The wisdom here is not that there is no reality or that truth does not exist. The wisdom is that we should hold our perceptions lightly, our interpretations humbly, our certainties gently. We should recognize that others see differently not because they are stupid or blind, but because they have different mental lenses. We should be curious about how others perceive, rather than insisting our perception is the only correct one. We should recognize that most arguments are not about reality itself, but about our different mental interpretations of reality. And recognizing this, we can stop fighting so much, stop needing to be right so much, stop clinging so tightly to our own version of truth. As you rest here preparing for sleep, you can practice letting go of your certainties, your need to be right, your insistence that things are the way you think they are. You can acknowledge that your mind moves, that your perception is filtered, that your interpretation is one of many possible interpretations. You can hold your views more lightly. You can recognize that the way you see things might not be the only way to see things. And in this recognition, there is great peace. Because when you stop needing to be right, when you stop fighting to prove your perception is correct, when you stop arguing about who is seeing reality accurately, you can relax, you can rest, you can let go. Breathe deeply now and say to yourself, my mind moves, my perception is filtered. I see through my own unique lens. Others see through theirs, and that is okay. I do not need to be right. I do not need everyone to see things my way. I can hold my views lightly and let others hold theirs. I can rest in not knowing for certain. I can be at peace with multiple perspectives. I can let go of the need to argue, to prove, to convince. I can simply be here, aware of my own moving mind, at peace with the mystery of perception. And in this peace, sleep comes easily, because you are no longer fighting. You are no longer defending. You are no longer arguing. You are simply resting, at peace, letting go sleep. This next story comes from the time of the Buddha himself. It is about how we receive or reject what others throw at us, about the power of not taking things personally, about maintaining peace even when others are disturbed. It is called The Buddha and the Angry Man. One day, the Buddha was teaching in a village when an angry man approached him. This man had heard that the Buddha was teaching people to follow a spiritual path, and this made him furious. He believed the Buddha was leading people astray, stealing them from their traditional practices, ruining society with these new ideas. He came up to the Buddha in front of the assembled crowd and began to shout insults. He called the Buddha names. He accused him of being a fraud, a charlatan, a deceiver. He ranted and raved, his face red with anger, his voice loud and harsh. The Buddha sat quietly, listening with a calm expression and gentle eyes. He did not interrupt. He did not defend himself. He did not argue back. He simply sat in peaceful silence while the man exhausted his anger. Finally, after several minutes of shouting, the angry man stopped, out of breath, waiting for the Buddha's response. He expected the Buddha to be upset, to argue back, to defend himself, to return insult for insult. But the Buddha simply looked at him with compassion and asked a question. Tell me, if someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong? The angry man was taken aback by the unexpected question. He thought for a moment and then answered, well, if I do not accept it, then it still belongs to the person who offered it, I suppose. Exactly, said the Buddha with a gentle smile. You have just offered me insults and anger, but I do not accept your gift. So to whom does it still belong? The angry man stood in silence, suddenly understanding. It still belongs to me, he said quietly. Yes, said the Buddha. You came here carrying anger, and you will leave still carrying it. Because I have not taken it from you. You offered me your disturbance, and I chose not to receive it. So I remain undisturbed, and you remain disturbed. The only person your anger has harmed is yourself. This story teaches us something revolutionary about how we relate to others' negativity. We tend to think that when someone insults us or attacks us or criticizes us, we must respond. We must defend ourselves. We must return the attack. We must take on their emotions and make them our own. Someone throws anger at us, and we automatically catch it and throw it back. Someone offers us insults, and we accept the gift and feel insulted. Someone tries to disturb us, and we allow ourselves to be disturbed. But the Buddha teaches us that we have a choice. We do not have to accept what others offer. If someone throws negativity at us, we can choose not to catch it. If someone tries to give us their anger, we can choose not to receive it. Their emotions, their judgments, their attacks remain theirs unless we take them on, like a gift that is not accepted. The negativity returns to the sender. It does not become ours unless we choose to make it ours. This is not about being cold or indifferent or uncaring. The Buddha listened to the angry man with compassion. He understood the man's suffering, because only suffering people lash out with such anger. But he did not take on that suffering as his own. he remained centered in his own peace. He did not allow someone else's disturbance to disturb him. He maintained his inner equilibrium even in the face of attack. This is a practice we can all cultivate. When someone criticizes us, we can choose whether to accept that criticism or let it remain with them. When someone is angry at us, we can choose whether to catch that anger or let it pass. When someone tries to provoke us, we can choose whether to be provoked or remain at peace. Their emotions are their responsibility. Our peace is our responsibility. And we maintain our peace not by fighting back, but by simply not accepting the negativity that is offered. As you lie here now, think about the gifts you have been accepting that you did not need to accept. Think about the criticism you have taken personally. Think about the anger you have caught and held on to. Think about the judgments you have received and made your own. And now, decide to return those gifts. Decide to no longer carry emotions that others have thrown at you. Decide to let their anger remain their anger, their judgment remain their judgment, their negativity remain their negativity. You do not need to receive it. You can remain at peace. Breathe deeply. Feel yourself letting go of all the negativity you have been carrying that was never really yours. Feel yourself returning it to its source. Feel yourself reclaiming your peace. No one can disturb you unless you accept their disturbance. No one can anger you unless you take their anger. No one can upset you unless you receive their upset. You are free to remain at peace, regardless of what others offer. You are free to decline the gifts you do not want. You are free to be undisturbed. Rest in this freedom now. You are at peace. Others may be disturbed, but you remain calm. Others may be angry, but you remain serene. Others may be troubled, but you remain still. You have not accepted their gifts. You have maintained your center. You have kept your peace. And in this peace, sleep comes easily, naturally, effortlessly. Because you are not carrying anyone else's burdens. You are not holding anyone else's emotions. You are simply here at peace, ready to rest. Sleep now. You are undisturbed. You are free. You are at peace. Our next story is about the danger of thinking we already know everything, about maintaining beginner's mind, about staying open to new understanding. It is similar to the story of the empty cup, but with a different angle. This story is called The Student Who Knew Too Much. A student had been studying with a Zen master for 3 years. He had read all the important texts. He had memorized hundreds of koans. He had practiced meditation diligently. He had attended every teaching. He felt he had learned a great deal and was proud of his progress. One day, he went to his master and said, "Master, I feel I have learned everything you have to teach. I know the sutras. I understand the Dharma. I have mastered the practices. Perhaps it is time for me to leave and teach others." The master looked at him thoughtfully. "Have you indeed learned everything?" he asked. "Yes, master." The student replied confidently, "I have been a diligent student. I have absorbed all your teachings. Come with me," said the master. "I want to show you something." The master led the student on a walk through the forest surrounding the temple. They walked in silence for some time, following a familiar path the student had walked hundreds of times before. Finally, they stopped at a place the student knew well, a small clearing where a particular tree grew, its branches spreading wide, creating a canopy of shade. The student had seen this tree countless times. He knew this spot intimately. The master pointed to the tree. "Tell me about this tree," he said. The student looked at it. "It is a pine tree," he said. "It has been here for many years. It provides shade. Birds nest in its branches. I have seen this tree many times, master. I know it well." The master walked closer to the tree and gestured for the student to follow. When they stood right next to it, the master said, "Look again, really look." The student looked, a bit confused. He saw what he had always seen: a tree, bark, branches, needles. What else was there to see? The master reached out and touched the bark. "Feel this," he said. The student touched the bark. It was rough, textured, cool to the touch. He had never actually felt it before, though he had walked past this tree hundreds of times. "Look here," said the master, pointing to a tiny insect crawling on the trunk. The student looked closely and saw a whole world he had never noticed. Tiny creatures living on and in the bark. Miniature landscapes of moss and lichen, subtle colors and patterns he had never seen before. The master gestured upward. "Listen," he said. The student fell silent and heard what he had never heard before. The specific sound the wind made moving through these particular branches, different from any other tree. He heard the birds not as generic bird sounds, but as specific calls and songs. He heard the creaking of branches, the rustle of needles. The master smiled. "You have walked past this tree hundreds of times," he said gently. "You have looked at it many times. You think you know it. But today you have seen it for the first time. You have felt it, heard it, experienced it, rather than just labeling it and moving on. This is the difference between knowing and truly seeing. You think you know everything because you can name things, because you can explain things, because you have learned the words. But words are not the same as direct experience. Concepts are not the same as reality. Thinking you know something often prevents you from actually experiencing it." The student bowed deeply, humbled. He understood that despite 3 years of study, he was still a beginner. He still had everything to learn. Not new information, but a new way of being, present, open, experiencing rather than just knowing, seeing rather than just labeling. From that day forward, he approached his practice differently, with what Zen calls beginner's mind, as if encountering everything for the first time, fresh and new and full of wonder. This story teaches us about the danger of expertise, about how thinking we know something can prevent us from actually experiencing it. We live in a world of labels and concepts. We see a tree and say tree and move on, never actually looking at this specific tree, never seeing its unique characteristics, never experiencing it directly. We meet a person and immediately label them: man, woman, old, young, friendly, unfriendly. And having labeled them, we think we know them, never actually meeting them, never seeing who they truly are beneath our concepts. We do this with everything. We label our emotions, our experiences, our lives, and think that because we can name things, we understand them. But naming is not understanding. Labeling is not experiencing. Thinking we know something often closes us off from actually encountering it. The student knew about the tree, but he had never really seen the tree. He could identify it, categorize it, explain it. But he had never been present with it, never touched it with full attention, never listened to its unique voice. This is what Zen calls beginner's mind, the mind that approaches everything fresh, without preconceptions, without the burden of thinking it already knows. The expert sees what he expects to see. The beginner sees what is actually there. The expert's knowledge gets in the way of direct experience. The beginner's openness allows for genuine encounter. Zen practice is about returning again and again to beginner's mind, even after years of study, even after gaining deep understanding. It is about staying open, staying curious, staying willing to see things anew. As you rest here preparing for sleep, you can practice beginner's mind. You can let go of thinking you know what will happen, how you will sleep, whether this will work. You can let go of all your concepts about sleep, about yourself, about this experience. You can simply be here, fresh, open, encountering this moment as if for the first time, not knowing, not expecting, not labeling, just experiencing, just being. Feel your breath as if for the first time. What does it actually feel like? Without the label breath, without the concept of breathing, just the raw sensation of air moving, body expanding and contracting, life flowing. Feel your body as if for the first time. What is this sensation of lying here without thinking this is my body? Just sensation, just experience, just this. Be a beginner at resting, at sleeping, at being. Let go of everything you think you know and simply be here, open, fresh, new, and in this beginner's mind. In this openness, sleep comes easily, because you are not carrying the burden of knowledge, not constrained by expectations, not limited by concepts. You are simply here, open, ready, experiencing. And that openness is the doorway to rest. Sleep now. You are a beginner. Everything is new. You are fresh and open and free. Rest. You have now heard 12 Zen stories, 12 teachings from the ancient tradition, 12 invitations to wisdom and peace. Your mind has been thoroughly calmed by these tales. Your thinking has slowed. Your worries have faded. The stories have given your mind something wholesome to contemplate, something peaceful to rest in, something wise to absorb, and now you are deeply ready for sleep. Let your body be completely heavy now, so heavy that you could not move even if you wanted to. Let every muscle be loose and relaxed. Let every part of you sink down into the deepest rest. Your body knows how to sleep. It is ready. Let it do what it knows how to do. Let your mind be completely quiet now. The stories have done their work. The teachings have settled in. You do not need to think anymore. You do not need to figure anything out. You can simply rest in the wisdom you have received. Let it work on you at deeper levels while you sleep. Let it integrate and transform you in ways your conscious mind cannot direct. Your mind is ready to rest. Let it be still. Let your heart be completely soft now. The stories have touched something deep within you. They have reminded you of what you already know, that life is precious, that this moment is enough. That peace is always available, that wisdom is simple, that letting go brings freedom. Your heart knows these truths. Let it rest in them. Let it be at peace. You are held by ancient wisdom. You are supported by teachings that have guided countless beings to peace. You are not alone in your journey. You are part of a vast lineage of seekers, practitioners, and awakened beings who have walked this path before you. And now you rest in their wisdom. You sleep in their peace. You are held by their compassion. Breathe slowly, deeply, easily. You are safe. You are calm. You are ready for sleep. The second part of your journey through Zen stories is complete. More wisdom awaits in the hours ahead, but for now, simply rest. Simply be, simply sleep. The stories have prepared you. The teachings have settled you, and sleep is here, ready to embrace you. Good night, dear friend. Sleep well. You are held by wisdom. You are safe in peace. Sweet dreams. Welcome to the third part of our journey through Zen wisdom. You have already heard 13 profound stories, and your mind has become wonderfully quiet, your body deeply relaxed, and sleep very near. Now we continue with more ancient teachings, more tales that will guide you even deeper into peace and rest. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel how much calmer you are now than when we began. Feel how your body has released its tension. Feel how your mind has settled. You are doing beautifully. And now, as you listen to these next stories, allow yourself to drift even closer to sleep, knowing that these teachings will work on you at deep levels, even as you rest. There is a remarkable story about a Zen master who was famous throughout the land, not for his eloquent teachings or his brilliant discourses, but for his silence. People would travel from far away to study with him, but he never spoke. This story is called The Master Who Said Nothing. The master lived in a small temple in the mountains. Students would come seeking wisdom, and he would accept them into his temple. But day after day, week after week, month after month, he would say nothing. He would simply go about his daily activities, sweeping, cooking, tending the garden, sitting in meditation, and the students would follow him, watching, waiting for the great teaching they had come so far to receive. Some students grew frustrated and left, disappointed that the master would not share his wisdom. They had expected lectures, explanations, answers to their questions, but the master remained silent. Other students stayed patient, trusting that the master knew what he was doing. They simply observed him, copying his actions, following his example, living alongside him in silence. One student in particular had been with the master for 3 years, and in all that time, the master had not spoken a single word to him. The student had asked many questions over the years, but the master would only smile gently and return to his work. The student had learned to stop asking questions. He simply lived with the master, observing, practicing, being present. One morning, the student was sweeping the courtyard when he noticed a cherry blossom petal fall from the tree and land softly on the ground. Something about the way it fell, so gentle, so natural, so perfect, touched him deeply. Tears came to his eyes. In that moment of seeing the petal fall, he suddenly understood everything. He understood what the master had been teaching through his silence. He understood that reality speaks more eloquently than words. That presence teaches more powerfully than explanations. That wisdom is transmitted not through concepts, but through direct experience. He looked up and saw the master standing nearby, watching him. For the first time in 3 years, the master spoke. "Now you have learned what I have to teach," he said with a warm smile. "Now you understand." The student bowed deeply, tears still streaming down his face. "Thank you, master," he said. "Thank you for your silence, for it taught me to listen to what words cannot say. It taught me to see what concepts cannot express. It taught me to understand what explanations cannot convey." This story teaches us about the limitations of words and the power of direct experience. We live in a world obsessed with talking, with explaining, with analyzing, with putting everything into words. We think that if we can explain something, we understand it. We think that if we can talk about it, we have grasped it. We think that wisdom comes through words, through teachings, through someone telling us the answers, but the deepest truths cannot be spoken. The most profound wisdom cannot be put into words. The greatest teachings are transmitted in silence, through presence, through direct experience. The master knew that no words could convey what the student needed to learn. Only life itself could teach it. Only direct experience could transmit it. Only silence could point to it. The falling cherry blossom taught the student more than 3 years of lectures could have taught him. That simple, natural event cracked open his understanding in a way that no explanation ever could, because he was present with it. He experienced it directly, without the filter of words, without the mediation of concepts, and in that direct experience, wisdom arose naturally, spontaneously, completely. We can learn from this. We can recognize that not everything needs to be explained or analyzed or put into words. Sometimes we need to simply be present, to experience directly, to let life teach us through its silent language. The breath breathing itself, the heart beating, the body resting, the night surrounding us. These things speak more eloquently than any words. These things teach more profoundly than any explanation. We need only be present enough to receive their teaching. As you lie here now, you can practice receiving the teaching of silence. Stop trying to figure things out with words. Stop analyzing. Stop thinking about what these stories mean. Simply be present with your direct experience. Feel your body. Feel your breath. Feel the stillness. Let this moment teach you what words cannot convey. Let this silence transmit what concepts cannot express. Be like the student, open and present, ready to be taught by reality itself. And in this silence, in this direct presence, sleep will come as naturally as the cherry blossom falls. Not because you made it happen, not because you figured it out, but because you were simply present and open. And sleep is part of the natural flow of being alive. Let go of words now. Rest in silence. Let life teach you. Let sleep come. You are held by silence. You are taught by presence. You are safe in the wordless wisdom of just being here, just breathing, just resting. Sleep now. No words needed. Just rest. Just be. Just sleep. Our next story is about responding to cruelty with compassion, about seeing deeper than surface actions, about maintaining love even when treated badly. This story is called The Monk and the Thief. A monk lived alone in a small hut at the edge of a village. He owned almost nothing: a sleeping mat, a bowl for eating, a simple robe, and a few books. He spent his days in meditation and prayer, and he spent his evenings teaching anyone from the village who came to learn from him. He was content with his simple life. One night, a thief broke into the monk's hut while the monk was sitting in meditation. The thief looked around for valuables, but found almost nothing worth stealing. Disappointed and frustrated, the thief was about to leave when the monk spoke. "Friend, you have come all this way, and I have so little to offer you. Please take my robe so your journey will not have been wasted." He removed his robe and held it out to the thief. The thief was stunned. He had never encountered such a response. People usually screamed or fought or called for help when he robbed them. But this monk was offering him the robe willingly, with no anger, no fear, only kindness in his eyes. The thief hesitated, then grabbed the robe and fled into the night, confused and unsettled by the encounter. The monk sat naked in his hut and looked out the window at the moon. He sighed deeply. "I wish I could have given him this beautiful moon," he said softly to himself. The next morning, the monk found his robe carefully folded outside his door, and beside it was a note written on a scrap of paper. "Forgive me. I am not worthy of such kindness." The thief never stole again. That one encounter with unconditional compassion had changed something fundamental in him. He had expected condemnation and received love. He had expected punishment and received generosity. And that unexpected kindness had cracked open his hardened heart and shown him a different way to live. This story shows us the transformative power of compassion, even in situations where most people would respond with anger or fear. The monk could have reacted in many ways. He could have been frightened. He could have fought the thief. He could have condemned him. He could have called for help. All of these would have been normal, understandable responses. But the monk saw deeper. He saw past the surface action to the suffering person beneath. He recognized that people steal not because they are evil, but because they are suffering, confused, desperate. And he responded to that suffering with compassion. And that compassion changed everything. It disarmed the thief more effectively than any weapon could have. It touched him more deeply than any punishment could have. It showed him a reflection of who he could be, rather than confirming who he had become. The monk's kindness awakened something in the thief that had been buried under years of hardness and desperation. It reminded him of his own humanity, his own capacity for goodness, his own worthiness of love. This is what the Buddha taught about the power of love and compassion. They are not weak or naive responses. They are the most powerful forces for transformation that exist. Anger meets anger and creates more anger. Violence meets violence and creates more violence. But when anger meets compassion, it has nothing to fuel it. When violence meets love, it finds no enemy to fight. And in that unexpected softness, in that disarming kindness, hardened hearts can open and people can change. This does not mean we should be foolish or allow ourselves to be harmed repeatedly. The monk gave his robe and that was enough. We can be wise about protecting ourselves while still maintaining compassion in our hearts. We can set boundaries while still seeing the humanity in those who harm us. We can protect ourselves while still recognizing that hurt people, and responding to their pain with understanding rather than hatred. As you rest here now, think about the times you have been hurt by others. Think about the people who have stolen from you, not necessarily material things, but perhaps your time, your energy, your trust, your peace. Think about those who have harmed you. Can you see, even just a little, that they were suffering? Can you recognize that their actions came from their own pain, their own confusion, their own desperation? This does not excuse what they did, but it can help you hold it differently. Can you offer them compassion, even just in your heart, even just from a distance? Not because they deserve it, but because compassion heals you, because holding on to anger and resentment only hurts you, not them. Because opening your heart, even to those who hurt you, frees you from the prison of bitterness. The monk gave his robe, but more importantly, he kept his heart soft. He could have let the thief harden him, embitter him, make him fearful and closed. But he chose differently. He chose to remain open, loving, kind. And that choice kept him free. Tonight, you can practice this same freedom. You can let go of the resentment you have been carrying. You can release the anger toward those who hurt you. You can offer compassion, at least in your own heart, to those who harmed you. Not because they deserve it, but because you deserve the peace that comes from forgiveness. You deserve the freedom that comes from letting go. You deserve the softness that comes from keeping your heart open. The thief could not steal the monk's peace, could not harden his heart, could not take his compassion. And those who hurt you cannot steal your peace unless you let them. You can remain soft. You can stay open. You can keep loving. And in this choice, you are free. Breathe deeply now. Feel your heart softening. Feel any hardness you have been carrying beginning to melt. Feel the freedom of forgiveness, the relief of letting go. You are not a victim of those who hurt you. You are free. Your heart is soft. Your compassion is intact. And in this softness, in this openness, sleep comes easily. Because you are no longer holding onto anger, no longer clutching resentment, no longer burdened by bitterness. You have let it all go. You have kept your heart soft. And in this softness you rest. Sleep now. You are free. You are loving. You are at peace. Let me share with you a story that appears nonsensical on the surface, but carries profound wisdom about the nature of conceptual thinking and direct experience. This is a famous Zen koan called The Taste of Banzo's Sword. A student came to the Zen master Banzo and asked, "What is the ultimate truth of Buddhism?" What is the highest teaching? What is enlightenment? Banzo simply replied, "The taste of my sword." The student was confused. "Master, what does that mean? How can a sword have a taste? How does this answer my question about truth and enlightenment?" Banzo looked at him with fierce eyes and said again, "The taste of my sword." The student bowed, even more confused than before, and left to contemplate this mysterious answer. He spent days thinking about it. He tried to figure it out logically. What could the master mean by the taste of his sword? Was this a metaphor? Was the sword representing something? Was taste representing something? He analyzed and thought and puzzled, but could make no sense of it. Finally, frustrated and exhausted from thinking, the student returned to Banzo. "Master," he said, "I have thought about your answer for many days, but I cannot understand it. Please explain what you mean by the taste of your sword." Banzo laughed. "You want to know the taste of the sword by thinking about it. You want to understand it through explanation. That is your problem. The taste of the sword can only be known by tasting it. You cannot think your way to understanding. You cannot analyze your way to truth. You must experience it directly." And in that moment, the student understood. He had been trying to grasp truth with his conceptual mind, to figure out enlightenment through thinking, to understand reality through analysis. But reality cannot be grasped this way. Truth cannot be thought. Enlightenment cannot be figured out. They must be directly experienced, tasted, lived. No amount of thinking about the sword will tell you its taste. You must put it to your lips. No amount of thinking about truth will reveal it. You must live it, be it, experience it directly. This story points to a fundamental limitation of the thinking mind. We believe we can understand everything through thinking, through analysis, through conceptualization. We believe that if we just think hard enough, we will grasp the truth. But some things cannot be grasped by thinking. Some things can only be known through direct experience. What does chocolate taste like? You can describe it in words: sweet, rich, smooth, bitter. But no description will give someone who has never tasted chocolate the actual experience of its taste. They must taste it themselves. What does love feel like? You can describe it: warm, full, expansive, vulnerable. But no description conveys the actual experience. Each person must feel love directly to know what it is. Similarly, the deepest truths of existence, the nature of reality, the experience of peace, the taste of enlightenment, these cannot be conveyed through words or understood through thinking. They must be directly experienced. You can read 1,000 books about meditation, but until you actually sit and meditate, you do not know meditation. You can study teachings about peace for years, but until you actually experience peace, you do not know peace. You can think about being present for a lifetime, but until you actually are present, you do not know presence. Zen teaching often frustrates the thinking mind deliberately. It gives answers that cannot be figured out logically, koans that cannot be solved through analysis, teachings that point beyond concepts. This is not to be cruel or obscure. It is to help students recognize the limitation of thinking and to push them toward direct experience. Stop trying to figure it out. Stop trying to understand with your head. Experience it. Taste it. Be it. As you lie here preparing for sleep, you can practice this shift from thinking to experiencing. Stop trying to figure out how to sleep. Stop analyzing why you are not asleep yet. Stop thinking about sleep. Instead, experience this moment directly. What is it actually like to lie here, right now, without any concepts about it? What do you actually experience when you set aside all thoughts? Feel the sensation of your body, not the concept body, but the actual sensations. Feel the breath, not the idea of breathing, but the actual experience of air moving, body changing, life flowing. Be present with the raw, direct, unfiltered experience of this moment. No words, no thoughts, no analysis. Just taste it directly. This is what the master means by the taste of the sword, not the concept of the sword. The actual experience, not thinking about rest, actually resting, not thinking about sleep, actually sleeping. Taste it directly, experience it, be it. And when you stop trying to think your way to sleep and simply experience resting, sleep comes naturally. Because sleep is not something you figure out. It is something you allow. It is something you taste directly. Let go of thinking now. Taste this moment. Experience rest, be sleep. No concepts, no analysis. Just direct experience. Just being here. Just tasting life as it is, right now, without the filter of thought. Taste, experience, be, sleep. This next story is about the light of wisdom within us, about how it is always present, even when we cannot see it, about the simplicity of awakening. It is called The Student and the Candle. A student had been practicing meditation for many years, seeking enlightenment. He had tried every technique, studied every text, sat in countless retreats, visited numerous teachers, but still he felt unenlightened, still in darkness, still seeking that elusive awakening he had heard so much about. In frustration and despair, he went to one final master. "Master," he said, "I have practiced for so many years, but I still have not found enlightenment. I am still in darkness. I do not know what I am doing wrong. Please help me." The master invited him to sit down. The room was dark, as evening had fallen and no lamps had been lit. The master said, "I will help you, but first, let me light a candle." He reached for a candle that sat on the table between them and struck a match. But in the moment before he lit the candle, while the match was still glowing in his hand, he asked the student, "Where does the darkness go when I light this candle?" The student thought for a moment. "The darkness goes away. It disappears." The master shook his head. "No," he said, "darkness does not go anywhere. Darkness is simply the absence of light. It has no substance. It is not a thing that must be pushed away or fought against. When light appears, there is no darkness, not because darkness was destroyed or removed, but because darkness was never really there. It was simply the absence of light." He lit the candle, and the room filled with soft golden light. "Now tell me," said the master, "when did you become enlightened?" The student looked confused. "I am not enlightened, master. That is why I came to you." The master smiled. "The light of awareness has been present within you all along. You have always been enlightened. But you have been looking for enlightenment, as if it were something other than what you are. Something you must attain, something that is absent. You have believed you are in darkness. But there is no darkness. There is only the light of awareness, always present, and you're not recognizing it. Enlightenment is not something you achieve. It is what you are when you stop believing you are unenlightened." The student sat in silence, absorbing this teaching. "So I am not trying to get enlightenment?" he asked. "No," said the master. "You are recognizing that you never lost it. You are not trying to turn on a light that is already shining. You are simply noticing it." The student looked around the candle-lit room with new eyes. He had been so focused on seeking light that he had not noticed it was already there. He had been so convinced he was in darkness that he had not seen the illumination that had been present all along. In that moment, he understood. There was no one to become enlightened. There was only awareness, recognizing itself. There was only light, always present, always here, never absent. This story teaches us something revolutionary. Most spiritual seeking is based on the assumption that we are incomplete, that we lack something essential, that we must acquire or attain or achieve some quality or state that we do not currently possess. We think we are in darkness and must find light. We think we are asleep and must wake up. We think we are ignorant and must gain wisdom. And so we seek and strive and struggle, trying to become something other than what we are. But the Buddha taught something different. He taught that our true nature is already enlightened, already whole, already complete. The problem is not that we lack something. The problem is that we do not recognize what we already are. We are like someone searching for their glasses while wearing them. We are like someone searching for the sun while standing in daylight. We are seeking what we already have, trying to become what we already are. Darkness is not a thing that exists. it is simply the absence of light. When light is present, there is no darkness to remove or fight against. Similarly, ignorance is not a thing that exists. It is simply not recognizing our true nature. When we recognize our true nature, there is no ignorance to overcome. We do not destroy ignorance. We simply see that it was never really there. It was just a misunderstanding, a not seeing, a forgetting of what we truly are. You are already whole. You are already complete. You are already the awareness that you are seeking. There is nothing you need to become. There is only what you already are, waiting to be recognized. The peace you seek is not somewhere else. It is here now, always present, simply waiting for you to notice it. You are not trying to create peace. You are recognizing the peace that is already here beneath all the seeking, beneath all the striving, beneath all the thought that says you do not have it. As you rest here now, you can practice this recognition. Stop seeking sleep as if it is something you do not have. Stop trying to become peaceful as if you are currently not peaceful. Instead, recognize the peace that is already here. Feel it. It is in the stillness beneath your thoughts. It is in the spaciousness beneath your worries. It is in the awareness that is aware of everything, including the thought that you are not peaceful. You are already resting. You are already peaceful. You are already the awareness in which thoughts and feelings and experiences arise. There is nothing to become. There is only what you already are, waiting to be recognized. The light is already on. The candle is already lit. You are already home. You have never left. There is nowhere to go, nothing to achieve, no one to become. There is only this, here now, already complete, already whole, already at peace. Rest in this recognition. You are already what you seek. You are already enlightened, not in some dramatic way, but in the simple sense that the light of awareness is always present, always here, always you. Rest in this light. You are home. You are whole. You are peace itself. Sleep now. There is nothing to seek. You have already arrived. Rest. Our next story is about freedom, about the cages we create for ourselves through our thinking, about liberation that comes from seeing through our own mental constructs. This story is called The Bird in the Cage. A Zen master was walking through a marketplace when he came upon a man selling birds in cages. The man had many beautiful birds, finches, canaries, doves, all trapped in small bamboo cages, unable to fly. The master stopped and looked at the birds with compassion. Then he looked at the merchant and asked, "How much for all the birds?" The merchant named a price. The master paid it without haggling, took all the cages, carried them to an open field, and opened all the doors. "Fly free," he said to the birds. "You are no longer imprisoned." But something strange happened. Some of the birds immediately flew out and soared into the sky, rejoicing in their freedom. But many of the birds remained in their cages. The doors were open. Nothing prevented them from leaving. But they sat on their perches, looking at the open door fearfully, not moving. The master waited patiently. Hours passed. Still, some birds did not leave their cages. Finally, the master gently removed these birds and tossed them gently into the air, forcing them to fly. And once they were flying, they realized their freedom and soared away joyfully. Later, a student who had witnessed this asked the master, "Master, why did some birds fly free immediately while others remained in their cages, even when the door was open?" The master replied, "Some beings are so conditioned by their captivity that even when they are freed, they do not recognize their freedom. They have been in the cage so long that they believe the cage is their only reality. They see the open door but cannot imagine a life beyond the bars. Their cage is no longer just physical. It is mental. They are imprisoned by their own thoughts about what is possible, about what they can do, about who they are. The real cage is not made of bamboo. It is made of belief." The student thought about this and then asked, "Master, are we like those birds?" The master smiled. "Most people are in cages of their own making," he said. "Cages of belief, cages of habit, cages of fear, cages of identity. The door is always open. Freedom is always available. But we do not see it because we are so identified with our cages, so used to our limitations, so convinced that this is just how things are. We think our cage is reality. We do not realize that we can fly." This story teaches us about the invisible prisons we create through our thoughts and beliefs. We believe we are limited in certain ways. "I cannot do this. I am not that kind of person. I could never change this about myself. This is just how I am." And these beliefs become bars that trap us more effectively than any physical cage ever could. We limit ourselves not because we are actually limited, but because we believe we are limited. We remain in cages even when the door is open because we cannot imagine ourselves free. Think about your own life. What cages are you living in? What beliefs about yourself, about your limitations, about what is possible for you, are keeping you trapped? What could you do? What could you change? What could you become? If you did not believe these limiting stories about yourself, the door is open. It has always been open. But you remain in the cage because you have forgotten you can fly. You have been told for so long what you cannot do, what you cannot be, what is not possible, that you have started to believe it, and that belief is the cage. But beliefs are just thoughts. They are not truth. They are not reality. They are interpretations, stories, conditioning, and they can change. You can question your limiting beliefs. you can challenge your assumptions. You can open the door of your cage and step out, or fly out, or crawl out. However, you need to move into the freedom that has always been available. You are not as limited as you think. You are not as stuck as you believe. You are not as trapped as it seems. The door is open. You can leave your cage anytime you choose to stop believing in its power over you. As you rest here preparing for sleep, you can practice stepping out of your mental cages. What limiting belief have you been holding about yourself, about your ability to rest, about your capacity for peace, about whether you can sleep? What story have you been telling yourself that keeps you trapped? Tonight, you can question that story. You can open the door. You can step out. You can fly. Maybe you have told yourself, I am a bad sleeper. I have always had trouble sleeping. This is just how I am. But this is a cage. This is a limiting belief. It is not ultimate truth. It is a story, and you can step out of it. You can fly. You can rest peacefully. You can sleep easily. The door is open. You are not defined by your past. You are not limited by old patterns. You can change. You are changing right now, listening to these stories, opening to new possibilities, stepping out of old cages. Feel yourself flying free now. Release the limiting beliefs. Open the cage door. Step out into the open sky of infinite possibility. You are not trapped. You are not limited. You are not defined by old stories. You are free to rest, free to sleep, free to be at peace. The cage was never real. It was only thought, and thought can change. You are free. Fly now, rest now, sleep now. You have stepped out of the cage. You are flying in open sky. You are free. Sleep. You have now journeyed through 17 Zen stories, each one a teaching, each one an invitation to freedom and peace. Your mind has been deeply calmed by these ancient tales. Your body has released layer after layer of tension. Your heart has opened and softened, and you are now profoundly ready for sleep. Feel how different you are from when we began this journey. Feel how much quieter your mind is. Feel how much heavier and more relaxed your body is. Feel how much closer to sleep you are. The stories have done their work. The wisdom has settled in. And now you can simply rest in what has been given to you. Let yourself sink even deeper into relaxation. Every part of your body is heavy, loose, at rest. Every thought in your mind is slow, quiet, fading. Every part of your being is ready for sleep. You are held by these ancient teachings. You are supported by this timeless wisdom. You are safe in the compassionate presence that has been with you throughout this journey. Breathe slowly, deeply, easily. You are safe. You are calm. You are ready. The third part of your journey is complete. One more part awaits, but you may already be drifting into sleep. And that is perfect. That is exactly as it should be. Sleep whenever it comes. Rest deeply. These teachings will continue to work within you even as you sleep, integrating at levels deeper than your conscious mind can reach. You are doing so well. You are exactly where you need to be, and sleep is here, ready to embrace you. Let go now. Drift. Rest. Sleep. You are held by wisdom. You are safe in peace. Sweet dreams. Welcome to the fourth part of our journey through ancient Zen wisdom. You have already traveled far, hearing 18 profound stories, and your being has settled deeply into peace. Your body is profoundly relaxed. Your mind is beautifully quiet. Sleep is very close now. And still, we continue with more teachings, more tales that will guide you into even deeper rest. Breathe gently. Feel how peaceful you are. And as you listen to these next stories, know that you can drift into sleep at any moment. You do not need to hear every word. The teachings are working on you at levels beyond conscious understanding. Rest, listen, sleep whenever it comes. There is a simple story about a young monk who asked his master about the difference between an ordinary person and an enlightened master. The master's answer was so simple that it has been pondered for centuries. This story is called The Monk Who Carried Water. The young monk said, "Master, before you were enlightened, what did you do?" The master replied, "I chopped wood and carried water." The monk then asked, "And after you became enlightened, what did you do?" The master smiled and said, "I chop wood and carry water." The young monk was confused. "But master, if you do the same things before and after enlightenment, then what is the difference? What changes?" The master looked at him with kind eyes and explained, "Before enlightenment, when I chopped wood, my mind was full of thoughts about the past and future. I thought about all the wood I had already chopped. I thought about all the wood I still needed to chop. I thought about my aching back, my blistered hands, my tired muscles. I worried about whether I was doing it right. I compared myself to other monks who chopped faster or better. I wished I were doing something else, something more spiritual, something more important. I was chopping wood, but I was not present with chopping wood. My body was there, but my mind was elsewhere. When I carried water, it was the same. I thought about all the trips I had already made. I thought about all the trips I still needed to make. I worried about spilling the water. I judged myself for being slow. I wished the well were closer. I dreamed about the day when I would no longer need to do such mundane tasks. I carried water. But I was not present with carrying water. I was lost in thoughts about carrying water rather than experiencing the actual carrying of water. But after enlightenment, everything changed. Not the activities, but the quality of presence. Now when I chop wood, I chop wood. That is all. I feel the weight of the axe. I feel the rhythm of the swing. I feel the wood splitting. I feel my muscles working. I am completely present with this action, this moment, this experience. There is no thinking about past wood or future wood. There is only this swing, this moment, this chopping. And in this complete presence, chopping wood becomes a meditation, a prayer, a manifestation of the divine. It is no longer mundane, it is sacred. When I carry water now, I carry water. I feel the weight of the buckets. I feel my feet on the path. I feel the water sloshing. I am completely here, completely present, completely alive in this simple act. And in this presence, carrying water is no longer a chore. It is a dance. It is a celebration. It is life itself, fully experienced, fully embraced, fully lived. The enlightened person is not someone who does extraordinary things. They are someone who does ordinary things with extraordinary presence. This story teaches us something that might seem disappointing at first, but is actually profoundly liberating, awakening, enlightenment, spiritual realization. These are not about having mystical experiences or gaining supernatural powers or escaping ordinary life. They are about being fully present with ordinary life. They are about chopping wood with complete attention. They are about carrying water with total awareness. They are about washing dishes, walking, eating, breathing, living with full presence. We think spiritual life means doing special spiritual things, meditating for hours, having visions, feeling blissful states, transcending the body, escaping mundane reality. But true spirituality is bringing complete presence to every moment, no matter how ordinary. It is being fully here when you brush your teeth, when you tie your shoes, when you wash a dish, when you take out the trash. These moments are not less spiritual than sitting in meditation. They are opportunities for the same presence, the same awareness, the same awakeness. The difference between an ordinary person and an awakened person is not what they do, but how they do it. The ordinary person goes through life on autopilot, lost in thought, barely present for their actual experience. The awakened person is fully here, fully alive, fully engaged with each moment, no matter what that moment contains. One person lives in their head, in thoughts about life. The other lives in reality, in direct experience of life. And that makes all the difference. You can practice this right now. You are lying here. You are breathing. You are hearing these words. Can you be fully present with this? Not thinking about it, analyzing it, judging it, just experiencing it. Feel your body. Really feel it. Not the concept of your body, but the actual sensations. Feel the breath. Really feel it. The air moving, the body expanding and contracting, the life flowing. Be present. Chop wood. Carry water. Rest completely. Sleep fully. Whatever you are doing, be completely there. This is the practice. This is the path. This is awakening. And when you bring this presence to resting, when you are fully here with the experience of lying down, breathing, letting go, sleep comes naturally. Because sleep is not something you do in the future. It is something that happens now, in this moment, when you are fully present and fully relaxed. Chop wood, carry water, rest completely, sleep fully. Be here now. This is all. This is enough. This is everything. Rest. Our next story is about the nature of enlightenment and the limitations of seeking it. It comes from ancient China and is called the bell with no sound. A wealthy merchant commissioned a master craftsman to create a temple bell. He wanted the finest bell ever made, one that would produce the most beautiful sound in all the land. The craftsman worked for months, using the finest metals, employing the most sophisticated techniques. Finally, the bell was complete and installed in the temple courtyard. The entire village gathered for the bell's first ringing. The monk in charge of the bell raised the wooden striker and hit the bell with appropriate force. But instead of a beautiful resonant sound, there was only a dull thud. The bell did not ring. People were shocked. The craftsman was mortified. He examined the bell carefully, but could find no flaw. The metal was perfect. The shape was perfect. The size was perfect. Everything was exactly as it should be. But the bell would not ring. A Zen master happened to be visiting the temple that day. He observed the situation with quiet interest. Finally, he approached the bell and examined it carefully, not with his eyes, but with his awareness. Then he smiled. He picked up the wooden striker himself and struck the bell. And this time, a sound of incredible beauty emerged, reverberating through the courtyard, resonating in everyone's hearts. The sound seemed to contain the universe itself. Everyone was amazed. "How did you make it ring, Master?" they asked. "What did you do that the monk did not do?" The master replied, "The bell was always capable of perfect sound. But the first monk struck it while seeking a beautiful sound. His mind was full of desire for a particular result, full of worry about whether it would work, full of concern about what others would think. This seeking, this wanting, this grasping prevented the pure sound from emerging. When I struck it, I had no seeking. I was simply here, striking the bell with no desire for any particular outcome, no attachment to sound or no sound. And in that emptiness of seeking, the true sound could arise." He continued, "This bell is like your Buddha nature, like your true self. It is always perfect, always complete, always capable of the most beautiful expression. But when you approach it with seeking, with wanting, with trying to make it be something, you create a barrier. Your very effort to produce the sound prevents the sound. When you let go of seeking, when you empty yourself of wanting, when you simply are, without trying to become. Your true nature rings out clearly, purely, beautifully. Stop seeking enlightenment, and you discover you are already enlightened. Stop trying to be peaceful, and you realize you are already peace. The bell always had the perfect sound. You just needed to stop preventing it from ringing. This story points to one of the greatest paradoxes of spiritual practice. We seek enlightenment, we seek peace, we seek awakening. But the very seeking prevents what we seek from being realized. Because what we seek is not something to be attained in the future. It is what we already are, here and now. Beneath all the seeking itself is the obstacle. The desire for peace is what disturbs peace. The grasping for enlightenment is what obscures enlightenment. Imagine you are wearing glasses and you cannot find your glasses. You search everywhere. You look in every room. You get frustrated. You worry. The more you seek, the more agitated you become. But the glasses are on your face. You cannot find them because you are looking for something you already have. The seeking prevents the finding because what you seek is doing the seeking. This is our situation with peace, with presence, with our true nature. We seek it as if it is somewhere else, someone else, some state we do not currently have. But peace is not in the future. Peace is now. Beneath the agitation of seeking, presence is not something to attain. Presence is what you are when you stop trying to get somewhere else. Your true nature is not hidden somewhere to be found. It is what is here, aware, present, already being. Beneath all the looking. The practice then is not to seek more, but to relax the seeking. Not to try harder, but to release the trying. Not to grasp for peace, but to let go of grasping. When you stop seeking the sound, the bell rings. When you stop chasing peace, peace is revealed to be already here. When you stop trying to be present, you realize you cannot be anything but present. What you are cannot be found because it is not lost. It simply needs to be recognized. As you rest here now, you can practice this letting go of seeking. Stop trying to get to sleep. You cannot get to sleep in the future. You can only rest now. Stop seeking peace. You cannot find peace by looking for it. You can only relax into the peace that is already here, beneath the seeking. Stop trying to be somewhere other than where you are. You are already here. This is it. This moment, exactly as it is what you have been seeking. Not in some perfected form, but in its simple, ordinary present form. Let go of seeking. Relax the trying, release the grasping, and feel what emerges. Feel the peace that was always here. Feel the rest that was always available. Feel the presence that is your nature. The bell is perfect. It always has been. Stop preventing its sound. Let it ring. Let yourself be. Let sleep come. Not because you made it come, but because you stopped preventing it. ring now, rest now, be now. You are the bell. The sound is your nature. Let it emerge. Sleep. Let me share a story about change and transformation, about how apparent permanence is always changing, about the nature of all things. This story is called The Mountain That Walked. A young student asked his master, "Master, you teach that everything changes, that nothing is permanent. But surely some things are permanent. Surely mountains do not change. They stand for thousands of years, unchanging, solid, permanent." The master smiled. "Come with me," he said. He led the student on a journey to a nearby mountain. As they walked up the mountain path, the master would occasionally stop and point something out. "See this small stream? Last year it flowed on the other side of the path. The rain and snow have shifted its course. See this boulder? It was once at the top of the mountain. Over centuries, it has slowly rolled down to here. See these layers in the rock face. Each layer tells the story of a different era when the mountain was being formed. See this valley. Once it was not here. Water carved it over millions of years. When they reached the top, the master said, "You see the mountain as permanent because you live for only a short time. Compared to your life, the mountain seems unchanging. But if you could speed up time, if you could watch the mountain over millions of years, you would see it dancing. You would see it rising from the sea, being carved by water and ice, being worn down by wind and rain, being reshaped constantly. The mountain is not standing still, it is walking. It is changing every moment. It simply changes so slowly that you cannot perceive it with your limited time frame." He continued, "Everything changes. The mountain changes. Your body changes. Your thoughts change. Your emotions change. Your circumstances change. This moment changes. Change is the only constant. Impermanence is the only permanence. But we perceive things as solid and unchanging because we do not look closely enough, because we do not look long enough, because we are caught in our limited perspective. The mountain appears still, but it is in constant motion. Everything is." The student looked at the mountain with new eyes. He tried to imagine it over vast time scales, rising and falling, forming and dissolving. And he understood. Nothing is permanent, not even mountains, not even the earth itself. Everything is process, not thing. Everything is flowing, not fixed. Everything is becoming, not being. And this understanding brought great peace, because if everything changes, then suffering changes, difficulty changes, pain changes. Nothing lasts forever. Not the bad, not the good. Only the flow continues. Only the dance goes on. And in accepting this impermanence, there is deep peace. This teaching about impermanence is central to Buddhist wisdom. We suffer because we try to hold on to things that cannot be held. We try to keep things as they are, when everything is changing. We try to make the temporary permanent. We try to freeze the flow, and this creates immense suffering. We watch our youth fade, and we suffer because we try to hold on to youth. We watch relationships change, and we suffer because we want them to stay the same. We watch our bodies age, and we suffer because we want them to be forever young. We watch moments pass, and we suffer because we want to hold on to them. But everything is like water flowing through our fingers. The tighter we grip, the faster it flows away. The Buddha taught that when we deeply accept impermanence, when we understand that everything changes and nothing lasts, we can finally let go. We can enjoy what is here now without clinging to it. We can appreciate this moment without demanding it stay forever. We can love without grasping. We can live without attachment. We can experience fully without holding on. And in this letting go, there is tremendous peace, because we are no longer fighting against the fundamental nature of reality. We are flowing with it. We are dancing with change rather than resisting it. Mountains walk, rivers change course, seasons turn, bodies age, thoughts arise and pass, emotions come and go, circumstances shift. Everything is in motion. Nothing stays the same, and this is not tragic. This is the nature of things. This is reality. And when we accept it, when we stop fighting it, when we let ourselves flow with it, we find peace, because we are no longer trying to freeze the river. We are swimming in it. We are part of it. We are it. As you lie here resting, you can feel this flow. Your breath is flowing. Your thoughts are flowing. Sensations are flowing. Nothing is static. Everything is moving, changing, shifting, and you can let it flow. You do not need to hold on to any particular breath. Let it come, let it go. You do not need to hold on to any particular thought. Let it arise, let it pass. You do not need to hold on to any particular sensation. Let it be, let it change. Everything is flowing, and you can flow with it. You are the mountain walking. You are the river flowing. You are change itself. Let go. Flow, rest. Everything is moving toward sleep. Everything is shifting toward rest. Let it happen. Do not resist the flow. You are the flow. Sleep is coming. Sleep is here. Sleep is now. Flow, rest, sleep. This next story is about contentment, simplicity, and the freedom that comes from needing very little. It is called the Master's Bowl. A Zen master owned only 3 possessions: his robe, his sleeping mat, and his eating bowl. He had given away everything else. He traveled from village to village teaching the Dharma, accepting food offered to him in his bowl, sleeping wherever he was welcomed, or outdoors if there was no shelter. He was completely content with this simple life. He needed nothing more. One day, he was invited to teach at a wealthy monastery. After giving his teaching, he was offered a room for the night. He was grateful and settled in to sleep. But in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a sound. He listened carefully and realized it was the sound of a mouse scratching and chewing. He listened more closely and realized the mouse was gnawing on his bowl, which he had left on the floor. He got up, lit a candle, and saw the mouse scurrying away. He looked at his bowl and saw small teeth marks where the mouse had been gnawing. The master sat down and looked at the bowl for a long time. Then he spoke aloud, even though no one was there to hear. "Little mouse, you have taught me something important tonight. I thought I had given up all attachments. I thought I owned nothing. But I still have this bowl. And just now, when I heard you gnawing on it, I felt a flash of concern, a moment of attachment. I thought, do not damage my bowl. But why should I be attached to a bowl? It is just a thing. If you need to gnaw on it, gnaw. If it breaks, it breaks. I can eat from my hands if necessary. The bowl is not what allows me to eat. The kindness of others is what allows me to eat. The bowl is just a convenience." The next morning, the master gave the bowl to the monastery and continued his travels with nothing but his robe and his sleeping mat. He ate from his cupped hands, and he was even more free than before. He had released his last possession. Now he truly owned nothing, and owning nothing, he had everything. Because freedom is not having many things. Freedom is needing few things. Freedom is being content with nothing, and in that contentment, the whole universe becomes yours. This story teaches us about the inverse relationship between possessions and freedom. We think that having more will make us more free. If I have more money, I will be more free. If I have a bigger house, more choices, more options, I will be more free. But the opposite is true. The more we have, the more we must protect, maintain, worry about, organize, ensure. The more we have, the more we are possessed by our possessions. The more we own, the less free we are. The master understood this. Each possession is a potential source of anxiety. What if it is stolen? What if it breaks? What if I lose it? Even a simple bowl became an attachment, something to protect, something to worry about. And so he released it, not because the bowl was bad, but because freedom was better. Not needing anything is more valuable than having everything. Being content with little is more liberating than accumulating much. This does not mean we must all become wandering monks with no possessions. But it does mean we can examine our relationship with things. Do we own our possessions, or do they own us? Are we using our things, or are we being used by our need for things? Can we hold our possessions lightly, enjoying them while we have them, but not being disturbed if we lose them? Can we distinguish between what we actually need and what we have accumulated out of habit, fear, or the desire to impress others. The master's freedom came from his contentment. He needed nothing beyond the basics, and even those basics he could let go of if necessary. This made him light, mobile, free. He was not weighed down by stuff. He was not tied to any place by his possessions. He could go anywhere, be anywhere, live anywhere. His freedom was complete because his needs were minimal. And in that freedom, he found joy, peace, and the ability to serve others without being burdened by his own desires. As you rest here now, you can practice this lightness. Even if you cannot give away all your possessions, you can give away your attachment to them in your mind. You can recognize that things are not who you are. You can appreciate what you have without clinging to it. You can hold everything lightly, enjoying it but not being defined by it, using it but not being used by it. And you can recognize that right now. In this moment of rest, you need nothing. You have everything necessary for this moment. You are lying down. You are breathing. You are here. That is enough. You need nothing more. Feel how liberating this is, to need nothing, to be content with this moment exactly as it is. No grasping for more, no fear of loss. Just being here, having what you have, needing nothing else. This is freedom. This is peace. This is contentment. And in this contentment, sleep comes easily. Because you are not wanting anything, not seeking anything, not needing anything. You are simply here, content, at peace, ready to rest. Let go of all wanting. You have enough. You are enough. This is enough. Rest in this contentment. Sleep in this peace. You need nothing. You have everything. Rest. Our final story for this part is about the interconnectedness of all life, about how we are part of a vast web of relationships, about the responsibility that comes with awareness. It is called the lesson of the ants. A young monk was walking in the monastery garden when he noticed a line of ants crossing the path. Without thinking, he stepped on them, crushing several beneath his foot. His master, who happened to be nearby, saw this and called him over. "You just killed several beings," the master said gently. "Do you know why you did this?" The monk looked confused. "I did not mean to, master. I was not paying attention. I did not see them." "That is my point," said the master. "You killed them because you were not present. You were lost in thought, not aware of where you were placing your foot. Your lack of presence caused death." The master continued, "Now, look at these ants more closely." The monk knelt down and observed the ants carefully for the first time. He saw that they were carrying food back to their colony. He saw them communicating with each other through touch. He saw them working together with perfect coordination. He saw that each ant, though tiny, was a complete being, alive, aware in its own way, part of a community, serving its colony, doing its work, living its life. The master said, "Each of these ants matters. Each one has a role in its colony. Each one is part of a vast web of life. And you ended several lives because you were not present." This is what lack of awareness creates, unintentional harm. But the lesson goes deeper. The master continued, "You are not just like these ants. You are these ants. You are not separate from them. The same life force that animates them animates you. The same awareness that looks through your eyes exists in all beings in different forms. When you harm another being, you harm yourself. When you are careless with life, you are careless with your own life. Everything is connected. Everything is one. And the more aware you become, the more careful you become, the more reverent you become toward all life. From that day forward, the monk walked with great care, not out of fear or rigid rule, following, but out of love, out of awareness, out of recognition that life is precious in all its forms, and that he was not separate from any of it. He walked carefully, not because he might get in trouble for killing an ant, but because he recognized the ant as kin, as family, as himself in another form. And this awareness brought great peace to his heart, because he was no longer alone, isolated, separate. He was part of everything. He was one with all life. And living from this recognition brought profound joy and love. This story teaches us about the fundamental Buddhist principle of interbeing, of interconnection, of non-separation. We think we are separate individuals, isolated from everything and everyone else. I am me. You are you. That ant is that ant. We are all separate entities. But this is an illusion. We are all expressions of the same life, the same consciousness, the same being. The boundaries between us are conceptual, not real. We are like waves in the ocean, appearing separate, but all made of the same water, all part of the same ocean. When we recognize this interconnection, our behavior naturally changes. We become more careful, more loving, more compassionate, not because we are following rules or trying to be good, but because harming another is harming ourselves. Helping another is helping ourselves. There is no other. There is only one life, manifesting in countless forms, and we are that one life. The ant is us. The tree is us. The person next to us is us. Everything is us. We are everything. And living from this understanding transforms how we move through the world. As you lie here resting, you can feel into this interconnection. You are not separate from the air you breathe. You are not separate from the earth supporting you. You are not separate from the night surrounding you. You are part of it all. You are one with it all. You are held by the whole universe. You are embraced by all of existence. You are not alone. You have never been alone. You are part of the vast web of life, connected to everything, supported by everything, loved by everything. Rest in this knowing. You are not a separate wave trying to survive on your own. You are the ocean. You are held by the whole. You are part of everything. And in this recognition, there is great peace, great safety, great love, because you realize you cannot fall out of the universe. You cannot be separated from the whole. You are the whole, experiencing itself as this particular form for this particular time. Rest in this wholeness. You are held. You are one with all. You are home. Sleep now. You are not alone. You are everything. Rest. You have now received 22 ZEN teachings, 22 invitations to wisdom, 22 pathways to peace. Your mind has been profoundly settled by these ancient stories. Your heart has been opened by these timeless truths. Your body has released completely into rest, and you are deeply, deeply ready for sleep. Let go of any effort now. You do not need to try anymore. You do not need to do anything. Simply be here, breathing, resting, allowing. Sleep will come when it comes. And whether you sleep now, or in a few moments, or in the next part of this journey, it does not matter. You are already resting. You are already at peace. You are already home. The stories will continue, and you can listen or drift away as you need. Trust your body. Trust the process. Trust the ancient wisdom that is working on you at levels you cannot see. You are doing perfectly. You are exactly where you need to be, and sleep is here, waiting to embrace you whenever you are ready. Rest now. Dear friend, you have journeyed far. You have learned much. And now you can simply be, simply rest, simply sleep. You are held by wisdom. You are safe in peace, sweet dreams. Welcome to the 5th part of our journey through Zen wisdom. You have traveled so far, hearing 23 profound stories, and your being has settled into the deepest peace. Your body is completely relaxed. Your mind is beautifully still. Sleep is here, present, waiting. And still, we continue with a few more teachings, a few more tales that will carry you into the complete rest you deserve. Breathe so gently now. Feel how profoundly peaceful you are, and know that you can drift into sleep at any moment. These words are here to guide you, but you do not need to follow them consciously. Let yourself float. Let yourself drift. Let yourself sleep whenever your body is ready. There is a beautiful story about a wise woman who lived by a river. She taught by example rather than by words, and people would come from far away to observe her and learn from her way of being. This story is called The Wise Woman and the River. The woman lived in a small hut on the bank of a wide river. Every morning, she would sit by the river and watch the water flow. Sometimes the river was calm and smooth. Sometimes it was turbulent and rough. Sometimes it was high with spring floods. Sometimes it was low in summer drought. The water was sometimes clear, sometimes muddy, sometimes frozen. sometimes flowing fast. And through all these changes, the woman simply sat and watched, her face peaceful, her presence calm. One day, a troubled student came to her. "I am so disturbed by the changes in my life," the student said. "Sometimes I feel happy, sometimes sad. Sometimes I am confident, sometimes fearful. Sometimes I am loving, sometimes angry. I feel like I am being tossed around by my emotions. How can I find peace when everything inside me is constantly changing?" The wise woman did not answer with words. She simply gestured for the student to sit beside her and watch the river. They sat together for hours in silence. The student watched the river change. She saw how the water was never the same from moment to moment. She saw how the surface could be disturbed by wind while the depths remained calm. She saw how the river could be turbulent in one place and peaceful in another. She saw how the river contained the capacity for all states, calm and rough, high and low, clear and muddy, and yet it was still the river. It did not stop being the river when it was rough. It did not become something else when it was muddy. It was always the river, expressing different aspects at different times. Slowly, understanding dawned in the student. She looked at the wise woman and said, "I am like the river. My emotions are like the changing surface of the water, but underneath there is something constant, something that remains even as everything changes. I am not my emotions any more than the river is its surface turbulence. I am the awareness that witnesses all the changes, just as the riverbed holds all the changing water." The wise woman smiled and nodded. "Now you understand," she said softly. "You are not the weather on the surface. You are the depth that holds it all. Rest in your depth, and the surface can do whatever it needs to do." This story teaches us something crucial about working with our changing inner experience. We identify with our emotions, with our thoughts, with our states of mind. When we are sad, we say, "I am sad." When we are anxious, we say, "I am anxious." We believe we are these temporary states. And because we identify with them, we are disturbed by them. If I am my anxiety, then when anxiety is present, I am in trouble. If I am my sadness, then when sadness is here, I am in danger. But the wise woman teaches us a different perspective. We are not our emotions any more than the river is its surface waves. We are the awareness that notices emotions. We are the space in which feelings arise and pass. We are the depth that holds all the changing weather of the surface. Emotions come and go. Thoughts arise and dissolve. States of mind change constantly. But the awareness that witnesses all of this remains constant, unchanging, undisturbed by what it witnesses. When you rest as awareness, rather than identifying with the contents of awareness, you find peace, because awareness itself is always peaceful. It does not matter What is appearing in awareness, pleasant or unpleasant, calm or turbulent? The awareness itself is never disturbed. Like the depths of the river remain calm, even when the surface is rough. The depths of your being remain peaceful, even when your surface experience is turbulent. You can learn to rest in that depth. You can learn to be the river rather than being the waves. As you lie here now, practice this. Notice that there is awareness present. Notice that you are aware of your body, aware of your breath, aware of sounds, aware of sensations, aware of thoughts, aware of emotions. And notice that this awareness itself is peaceful. It is not struggling. It is not disturbed. It is simply here, noticing, witnessing, holding everything in its spacious embrace. Rest as that awareness. You are not the thoughts passing through. You are the awareness noticing thoughts. You are not the sensations changing. You are the awareness feeling sensations. You are the river, not the waves. You are the depth, not the surface. And in that depth, there is perfect peace, perfect calm, perfect rest. Feel yourself settling into that depth now. Feel yourself resting as awareness itself. The surface can do whatever it needs to do. Thoughts can come and go. Sensations can change. It does not matter, because you are the depth. You are the river. You are the unchanging awareness in which everything changes. And awareness itself is always at peace, always at rest, always home. Rest here. Rest as this. You are the depth. You are peace itself. Sleep. Our next story is one of the most famous in Zen tradition. It is a paradox, a koan, meant to break the conceptual mind and point to a truth beyond thinking. It is called the Gateless Gate. A master built a temple with a beautiful entrance. Above the entrance, he placed a sign that read, "The Gateless Gate." Students who came to the temple were confused. How can there be a gate that is not a gate? How can we enter through something that does not exist? What does this mean? Some students tried to figure it out intellectually. They theorized, perhaps it means the gate is always open, or perhaps it means the gate is an illusion, or perhaps it means we are already inside and do not need to enter. They came up with clever interpretations, but none of them satisfied. Other students tried to solve the paradox through action. Some walked through the gate confidently, as if there were no gate. Others walked around the gate, avoiding it entirely. Others stood before the gate, meditating on it, trying to understand it through contemplation. But none of these approaches led to understanding. The master would simply shake his head and send them back to contemplate more deeply. Finally, one student approached the gate and simply stopped. He did not try to figure it out. He did not try to solve it. He did not try to be clever or profound. He simply stood before the gate and let go of all trying, all seeking, in all attempting to understand. In that moment of complete letting go, of total not knowing, something shifted. He understood without understanding. He knew without knowing. He saw that the gate was both there and not there, that it existed and did not exist, that you could enter, and yet there was nowhere to enter, because you were already inside. The paradox was not meant to be solved. It was meant to be realized beyond the realm of solving, beyond the realm of logic, in the direct experience of reality as it is, unfiltered by concepts. When the student met the master asked, "Have you passed through the gateless gate?" The student smiled and said nothing. There was nothing to say. Any words would have been too much. The master laughed with delight and embraced him. "Now you have entered," he said. "Now you are home." This story points to the limitation of the conceptual mind in grasping ultimate truth. The conceptual mind works with logic, with either or, with categories. Something is either a gate or not a gate. You are either inside or outside. You either understand or you do not understand. But reality is not bound by these logical categories. Reality is paradoxical. It transcends the either or of conceptual thinking. The gate is both there and not there. You are both inside and outside. You both understand and do not understand. The only way to understand the gateless gate is to let go of trying to understand it. The only way to pass through is to realize there is nowhere to go. The only way to enter is to recognize you were never outside. This is not intellectual understanding. This is direct seeing beyond the conceptual mind. This is realization that comes when all seeking stops, when all trying ceases, when the mind gives up its attempt to grasp and simply rests in not knowing. This applies to everything we have been exploring tonight. You cannot think your way to peace. You cannot figure out how to sleep. You cannot solve the problem of rest. These are not problems for the conceptual mind to solve. They are realities to be experienced directly, beyond thinking. When you stop trying to figure out how to rest, you can actually rest. When you stop trying to understand peace, you can be peace. When you stop trying to get to sleep, sleep is already here. The gateless gate is everywhere. It is in this moment. You are trying to enter something you are already in. You are trying to find something you already have. You are trying to become something you already are. The trying is the only obstacle. The seeking is what prevents the finding. Let go of trying. Let go of seeking. Let go of figuring out and pass through the gateless gate. Not by doing something, but by stopping the doing. Not by finding the answer, but by resting in the question. Not by achieving rest, but by recognizing rest is already here. Stop trying now. Let go of seeking. Pass through the gateless gate by recognizing there is no gate and nowhere to go. You are already here. You are already home. You are already at rest. The gate is gateless. The way is wayless. The path is pathless. You have arrived by never leaving. You are home by never being away. Rest now. You are through the gate. You are in. You are home. Sleep. This story is about the ultimate teaching. The final words a master might speak, the essence of all wisdom distilled into its simplest form. It is called the master's final teaching. A Zen master grew very old and knew his death was approaching. His students gathered around him, knowing this would be their last opportunity to receive his wisdom. They asked him, "Master, after all these years of teaching us, what is the one most important thing you want us to remember? What is the essence of all you have taught us? What is the final teaching you wish to leave us with?" The master looked at each of his students with great love. Then he spoke, very softly, his voice barely above a whisper, "Be kind. That is all. Be kind." The students were surprised. They had expected something more profound, more complex, more philosophical. Surely the essence of decades of teaching was more than these two simple words. One brave student spoke up, "Master, forgive me, but we were expecting something more. Be kind seems so simple. Is that really all? Is that the final teaching?" The master smiled weakly. "You think it is simple?" he asked. "Then you have not understood. Kindness is everything. Kindness contains all other virtues. When you are truly kind, you are mindful, because kindness requires presence. When you are truly kind, you are compassionate, because kindness is compassion in action. When you are truly kind, you are wise, because kindness sees the suffering in others and responds appropriately. When you are truly kind, you are patient, generous, honest, and loving. Kindness is not simple. It is the most difficult and most important practice there is. If you do nothing else I have taught you, if you remember only one thing, remember this: be kind. To others, yes, but also to yourself. Be kind to your own struggling. Be kind to your own imperfection. Be kind to your own humanity. This is the whole of the path. This is all you need. Be kind. And with those words, the master closed his eyes and passed peacefully. His final teaching echoed in his students' hearts for the rest of their lives. Whenever they faced a difficult decision, they would ask, "What is the kind thing to do?" Whenever they judged themselves harshly, they would remember, "Be kind to yourself." Whenever they felt lost or confused, they would return to those two simple words, "Be kind." And they found that their master was right. Kindness was not simple. It was everything. It was the whole path. It was all they needed. This story brings us to the heart of wisdom. After all the teachings, all the practices, all the philosophies, it comes down to something so simple and yet so profound: be kind. Kindness is not a minor virtue. It is not a nice extra if you have time. It is the essence of awakening, the manifestation of wisdom, the expression of compassion. When you are truly kind, you are practicing everything the Buddha taught. And notice that the Master includes kindness to oneself. This is crucial. We are often so harsh with ourselves, so critical, so demanding. We judge ourselves for not being good enough, not meditating well enough, not sleeping well enough, not being peaceful enough. We are at war with ourselves, but this harshness creates more suffering. It does not lead to improvement. It leads to misery. What we need is kindness toward ourselves, gentleness with our own struggling, compassion for our own imperfection. When you are lying here, unable to sleep, instead of judging yourself, be kind. Instead of thinking, what is wrong with me, think, I am doing my best. Instead of demanding that you sleep immediately, offer yourself patience. Instead of being harsh about your racing thoughts, be gentle. This is difficult, and I am being kind to myself as I work with this difficulty. This softness, this self-compassion, this kindness toward yourself creates the conditions for healing, for rest, for peace. Harshness creates tension. Kindness creates relaxation. As you rest here now, practice being kind to yourself. Whatever you are experiencing, whether you feel close to sleep or still alert, whether your body is comfortable or uncomfortable, whether your mind is quiet or busy, meet it all with kindness. You are doing your best. You are here. You are trying. That is enough. Be gentle with yourself. Be patient with yourself. Be kind to yourself. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to a beloved child who is having trouble sleeping. Not with criticism or frustration, but with love, with understanding, with compassion. And as you practice this kindness toward yourself, feel how your body responds. Feel how you soften. Feel how tension releases. Feel how gentleness with yourself creates gentleness in your whole being. Kindness is not weak. It is powerful. It transforms. It opens. And it creates the perfect conditions for rest, for peace, for sleep. Be kind to yourself now. Whatever you are feeling, it is okay. Whatever you are experiencing, you are okay. You are enough. You are doing beautifully. Rest in this kindness. Sleep in this gentleness. You are held by compassion. You are safe in love. Be kind. Rest. Sleep. Our next story is about the practice of metta, of loving kindness, and how it ripples out into the world. It is called the circle of light. A master was teaching her students about the practice of metta, the cultivation of loving kindness. She said, imagine that you are a candle flame. Your kindness is light. When you practice loving kindness toward yourself, you light your own flame. You illuminate yourself from within. You become a source of warmth and light. The students understood this and began practicing metta toward themselves, wishing themselves well, offering themselves compassion and kindness. The Master continued, "Now, imagine that you bring someone else close to your flame, someone you love easily, a dear friend, a family member, someone who brings joy to your heart. As they come close to your flame, their candle ignites. Your light lights their light. Your kindness awakens their kindness. You extend the circle of light." The students practiced this, bringing to mind people they loved and wishing them well, offering them metta, extending loving kindness to them. They felt the warmth of this practice, the joy of wishing others well. The Master continued, "Now bring someone neutral into your circle of light, someone you neither love nor dislike, perhaps someone you see regularly but do not know well. Bring them close to your flame and light their candle. Extend loving kindness to them as well." The students did this, finding it slightly more difficult, but still possible. They extended the circle of light to include neutral people, wishing them happiness and peace. Then the Master said, "Now comes the difficult part. Bring someone challenging into your circle, someone who has hurt you or angered you or disappointed you, someone you have been holding outside your circle of light, and extend loving kindness even to them. Light their candle with your flame, not because they deserve it, but because you are a source of light, not because they have earned it, but because you choose to extend kindness regardless of whether it is returned. This is difficult," the Master acknowledged, "but this is where the practice becomes powerful. When you can extend kindness even to those who are difficult, you have truly become a source of light." The students struggled with this, but as they practiced, they found that extending kindness to difficult people did not weaken them. It freed them. It released them from the grip of resentment and anger. It allowed them to remain light even when others were dark. And finally, the Master said, "Now imagine your circle of light expanding to include all beings everywhere. Everyone is within your circle. Everyone is touched by your light. You wish happiness for all, peace for all, freedom from suffering for all. Your light spreads without limit, without boundary, without condition. This is metta fully realized. This is loving kindness complete. You have become a sun shining on everyone, refusing to withhold your light from anyone. And in becoming this boundless source of love, you are finally fully free." This story teaches us about the practice of metta, of loving kindness, which is one of the core practices in Buddhism. We begin with ourselves because we cannot truly offer others what we do not have. If you do not have kindness for yourself, your kindness to others will be incomplete, conditional, coming from duty rather than from genuine love. So you start by lighting your own candle, by being kind to yourself, by wishing yourself well. Then you extend that kindness outward in circles, to those you love easily, to those you are neutral toward, to those who challenge you, and finally, to all beings everywhere. Each extension is a practice in expanding your capacity for love, in widening your circle of compassion, in refusing to withhold kindness from anyone. And the beautiful thing is that the more you give, the more you have. Light does not diminish when it lights other candles. It multiplies. Your kindness does not decrease when you share it. It increases. You become a larger source of light, of love, of compassion. And this practice is not just good for others, it is profoundly healing for you. When you hold resentment towards someone, you are the one who suffers. You carry that darkness in your own heart. But when you extend loving kindness even to difficult people, you free yourself from that burden. You do not need them to change. You do not need them to apologize. You simply extend kindness, and in doing so, you remain light, you remain free, you remain at peace. The practice of metta heals the practitioner first and foremost. As you rest here now, you can practice this circle of light. Begin with yourself. May I be happy. May I be peaceful. May I be free from suffering. May I rest well. Feel your own candle lighting. Feel the warmth of your own kindness toward yourself. Then bring to mind someone you love. May you be happy. May you be peaceful. May you be free from suffering. Feel the light extending. Then someone neutral. May you be happy. Then someone difficult if you feel ready. May you be happy. And finally, all beings everywhere. May all beings be happy. May all beings be peaceful. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings rest well. Feel how expansive this makes you. Feel how your heart opens. Feel how love flows. You are a source of light. You are a source of kindness. And in extending this kindness boundlessly, you become boundless yourself. You are no longer contracted around your own concerns. You are expansive, open, loving. And in this openness, sleep comes naturally, because you are not holding anything, not resisting anything, not contracted against anything. You are open. You are loving. You are light. Rest in this love. Sleep in this light. You are boundless kindness. You are infinite love. Rest, sleep, peace. Our final story for this part is about the invisible threads that connect all beings, about how we are all woven together in the fabric of existence. It is called the thread of connection. A weaver was creating a magnificent tapestry. Each thread she wove was a different color: red, blue, gold, green, purple, silver. Some threads were silk, some were wool, some were cotton. Each was unique, and yet, as she wove them together, they created a single unified image. A beautiful mandala representing the interconnectedness of all life. A student watching her work asked, which thread is most important? Which color is essential? Which one could we remove without damaging the tapestry? The weaver smiled and said, "Every thread is essential. Remove any single thread and the whole tapestry begins to unravel. Every color is necessary. Leave out any color and the image is incomplete. Every thread, no matter how small, plays its role. The grand threads and the tiny threads, the bright colors and the subtle colors, all are needed. This tapestry is like life. Every being is a thread in the great tapestry of existence. Every person, every animal, every plant, every creature, every atom, all are threads woven together, and we are all connected. Pull one thread and the whole fabric feels it. Harm one being and all beings are affected. Help one being and all beings benefit. There are no separate threads. There is only one tapestry, one fabric, one interconnected whole. The student looked at the tapestry with new eyes. She saw how each thread touched multiple other threads, how removing even the smallest thread would create a gap that would affect all the surrounding threads, how the pattern depended on every single element being in place. She understood. We are not separate individuals. We are threads in one fabric. We are cells in one body. We are waves in one ocean. We are all connected, all interdependent, all part of one vast living whole. And living from this understanding changes everything. When you know you are connected to all beings, you cannot harm without harming yourself. You cannot help without helping yourself. Everything you do ripples out through the whole tapestry. You are responsible not just for your own thread, but for the whole fabric. And at the same time, you are supported not just by your own strength, but by the strength of all threads. You are held by the whole. You are part of something vast and beautiful and eternal. This story brings us back to the theme of interconnection, but this time with a different metaphor. We are not separate threads lying side by side. We are woven together, interlaced, interdependent. Your thread goes over and under my thread, and my thread goes over and under yours. And together we create a pattern neither of us could create alone. We depend on each other. We support each other. We are literally interconnected at every point. This is not a metaphor. This is reality. We breathe the same air that others have exhaled. We eat food that others have grown. We use things that others have made. We think thoughts that were first thought by others. We are shaped by every interaction, every relationship, every encounter. Nothing about us is separate. Everything about us is woven together with everything else. When you understand this deeply, gratitude arises naturally because you realize how much you are supported, how much you are held, how much you receive from the vast web of life every single moment. Your existence is only possible because of countless other beings, seen and unseen, known and unknown, who are supporting you right now. the plants creating the oxygen you breathe, the sun providing the energy for all life, the earth supporting your body, the people who grew your food, made your clothes, built your home, the ancestors who passed down the wisdom you are receiving tonight, the infinite web of causes and conditions that brought you to this moment. You are held by all of this. You are supported by everything. You are never alone. As you rest here now, feel this web of support beneath you, around you, within you. Feel how you are held by the whole tapestry of existence. Feel how you are woven together with all life. You are not an isolated thread trying to survive alone. You are part of a vast fabric, supported by billions of other threads, held by the whole. Relax into this support. Let yourself be held. You are part of something so much larger than yourself. You are safe in this web. You are supported by this fabric. You are held by the whole. Rest in this knowing. You are connected to everything. You are supported by all. You are safe. Sleep now. You are woven into the great tapestry. You are held. You are part of the whole. Rest, sleep, peace. You have now journeyed through 27 Zen stories, 27 ancient teachings, 27 invitations to wisdom and peace. Your mind has become exquisitely quiet. Your body has released into complete relaxation. Your heart has opened fully, and you are in the deepest rest, perhaps already drifting in and out of sleep, perhaps floating in that beautiful space between waking and sleeping. Let yourself be exactly where you are. There is no need to change anything, to try to sleep more deeply, to make anything different. You are perfect exactly as you are in this moment. And whether you sleep now, or in a few moments, or in the next part of this journey, it is all perfect. You are safe. You are held. You are at peace. The journey continues in one more part, but you may already be too deep in rest to hear it, and that is beautiful. Sleep whenever sleep comes. These teachings will continue to work on you at levels beyond conscious awareness. They will integrate and transform you even as you sleep. You are held by this ancient wisdom. You are supported by these timeless truths. You are safe in this vast tradition of peace. Breathe gently. Rest completely. Be here fully. You have done so well. You have listened so deeply. You have opened so beautifully. And now you can simply rest, simply be, simply sleep. You are held by wisdom. You are safe in peace. You are home in love. Sweet dreams, dear friend. Sweet, sweet dreams. Welcome to the final part of our journey through Zen wisdom. You have traveled so far, hearing 28 profound stories, and you have arrived at the deepest peace. Your body is completely at rest. Your mind is beautifully still. Sleep is here, surrounding you, embracing you, ready to carry you into dreams. And now, as we complete this journey together, I offer you a few final teachings and then guide you into the deepest, most restorative sleep. Breathe so softly now, so gently. You are on the threshold of sleep. You may already be drifting. And that is perfect. Let these final words carry you across that threshold into the deep rest you deserve. There is a story about a monk who was dying. He had lived a long, full life of practice and service. Now, in his final days, he lay in his simple room, his body weak but his mind clear and peaceful. His students gathered around him, some crying, some sitting in meditation, all feeling the weight of losing their beloved teacher. On his last evening, just before sunset, the monk asked to be carried outside. His students carefully lifted him and brought him to a spot where he could see the western sky. They sat him down gently, supporting him, and he gazed at the sunset. The sky was magnificent, deep oranges and reds and purples, clouds painted with gold. The sun descending slowly toward the horizon. The monk watched with complete attention, with total presence, savoring every moment of this final sunset. One of his students, tears streaming down his face, said, "Master, how can you be so peaceful? You are dying. This is your last sunset. Does it not make you sad?" The monk smiled gently, without taking his eyes from the sky. "This is not my last sunset," he said quietly. "Every sunset is the last sunset. Every sunset is the only sunset. Every moment is the last moment and the only moment. I have watched thousands of sunsets in my life, and I watched each one as if it were my first and my last. This is how I have lived, treating each moment as precious, as unique, as complete in itself. And because I have lived this way, I have no regrets. I have been fully present for my life. I have tasted each moment. I have not waited for some future moment to start living. I have been alive all along." He paused, still gazing at the beautiful sky. "Death is not taking anything from me," he continued, "because I have already received everything. I have been fully present. I have loved completely. I have lived deeply. Whether I die tonight or 20 years from now makes no difference. I have been alive. I have been here. That is all that matters." The sun continued its descent, and the monk continued watching until the last light faded from the sky. Then he closed his eyes, took one more gentle breath, and passed peacefully, a slight smile on his lips. His students wept, but they also understood. Their master had taught them his final teaching, that death is not to be feared when you have truly lived, that the end is peaceful when you have been present for the journey, that there is no tragedy in dying when you have been fully alive. This story brings us to the ultimate wisdom about life and death, about presence and impermanence, about living fully so that death becomes natural rather than fearful. The monk was at peace with dying because he had been present with living. He had not postponed his life. He had not waited for perfect conditions to start being happy. He had not saved his attention for special moments. He had given each moment his full presence, his complete awareness, his deep appreciation. And so, when death came, there was no regret, no feeling of unfinished business, no sense of having missed out. He had lived. He had been present. That was enough. This is the invitation these Zen stories have been offering you all night. To be present. To be here now. To taste your tea. To chop wood with full awareness. To treat each moment as both the first and the last. To live fully rather than postponing life until some future time when conditions are perfect. Because perfect conditions never come. There is only this moment, this breath, this experience, and it is enough. It is everything. As you lie here now, on the edge of sleep, you can feel into this teaching. You do not need to wait for sleep to come to be at peace. You can be at peace right now, even before sleep, even in the waiting. You do not need conditions to be different to rest. You can rest in this moment, exactly as it is. This breath is enough. This moment of lying here is enough. You do not need to be anywhere else, doing anything else, being anyone else. You are here. You are now. You are alive, and that is enough. That is everything. Let go of waiting for some future moment. Be here now. Feel the peace that is available right now, not in some imagined future, but in this present moment. You are alive. You are breathing. You are held. This is it. This is life. This is peace. And in accepting this moment fully, in being present for this moment completely, sleep comes naturally. Because you are not resisting what is. You are not pushing away this moment to get to some other moment. You are here fully, completely, gratefully. And here is where sleep lives. Here is where peace resides. Here is where rest awaits. Be here now. This moment, this breath, this peace. Sleep comes from here, from now, from presence. Rest. You have received 28 Zen teachings tonight. 28 ancient stories. 28 invitations to wisdom and peace. And now these teachings have done their work. Your mind is profoundly quiet. Your body is completely relaxed. Your heart is open and soft, and you are ready. Ready to let go completely. Ready to surrender into the deepest, most restorative sleep. I am going to guide you now through a final meditation that will carry you across the threshold into sleep. You do not need to try. You do not need to do anything. Simply listen to my voice, follow the gentle guidance, and allow yourself to drift. Allow yourself to float. Allow yourself to fall into the deep rest that is waiting for you. Begin by feeling your body one more time. Notice how heavy it is, how relaxed, every muscle loose, every joint soft, every part of you completely at rest. Your body has released all tension. Your body is ready for sleep. Feel this readiness. Feel this heaviness. Feel this complete relaxation. Your body knows how to sleep. Trust it. Let it do what it knows how to do. Now bring your attention to your breath. Do not try to control it. Simply notice it. Feel the gentle flow of air in and out. Feel the easy rhythm. Your breath is soft now, slow, natural. Like the breath of someone already asleep. Feel this gentle breathing. Let it lull you. Let it soothe you. Let it carry you deeper into rest. And now, I am going to count backward from 10 to 1. With each number, you will go deeper into relaxation, deeper into peace, deeper towards sleep. By the time we reach 1, you will be at the threshold of sleep, ready to cross over into dreams, ready to rest deeply and completely. Listen to the numbers. Let each one take you deeper. Let yourself sink with each count. Ready? Let us begin. 10. You are very relaxed, very peaceful, very close to sleep. Feel yourself beginning to drift, beginning to let go, beginning to float. 9. Deeper now, sinking down, letting go more. Your body is so heavy, your mind is so quiet. You are drifting towards sleep. 8. Deeper still, so peaceful, so calm, so ready to sleep. Let go, release, drift. You are safe, you are held. 7. Halfway there, drifting deeper, floating down, so relaxed, so at peace. Sleep is so close now, just let go. 6. Deeper and deeper. Your breath is so gentle, your body is so still, your mind is so quiet, you are almost asleep. 5. So deep now, so peaceful, so restful. Let yourself go. Let yourself fall. Sleep is right here, right now. Just let go. 4. Almost there. Drifting, floating, falling towards sleep. Your body knows what to do. Trust it. Let it sleep. 3. So close. Sleep is here, surrounding you, embracing you, ready to hold you. Just let go. Just surrender. Just sleep. 2. Right at the threshold, one more breath, one more moment, and then sleep. Deep, peaceful, restorative sleep. You are ready. 1. Sleep now. Let go completely. Drift into sleep. Fall into dreams. Rest deeply. You are sleeping. You are at peace. You are safe in sleep. You are sleeping now. Or you are right on the edge of sleep. And that is perfect. Continue to breathe gently. Continue to rest deeply. And let my voice accompany you into dreams, fading as you go deeper, becoming softer as you rest more fully. You are so peaceful, so calm, so deeply at rest. The stories have guided you here. The wisdom has settled you here. The ancient teachings have brought you to this place of profound peace. And now you can simply be here, simply rest here, simply sleep here. Your body is healing as you sleep. Your mind is processing and integrating all that you have heard. Your spirit is being restored. Sleep is sacred. Sleep is holy. Sleep is when the body repairs itself, when the mind organizes itself, when the soul reconnects with its source. You are doing important work in sleep. You are healing. You are growing. You are being restored. Trust this process. Trust this rest. Trust this sleep. The night holds you. The darkness embraces you. The silence surrounds you. You are safe in the night. You are held by the darkness. You are at peace in the silence. There is nothing to fear. There is nothing to do. There is only rest, only sleep, only peace. All the Zen masters who have ever taught these stories, all the teachers who have passed down this wisdom, all the practitioners who have walked this path before you, they all surround you now in spirit, supporting you, blessing you, wishing you well. You are part of an ancient lineage of seekers and finders, of students and masters, of beings who have sought peace and found it. And tonight, you rest in that lineage. You sleep in that tradition. You are held by that ancient wisdom. May you sleep deeply. May you dream peacefully. May you wake refreshed and renewed. May the teachings you have received tonight continue to work within you, transforming you, healing you, bringing you ever closer to peace. May you remember these stories when you need them. May you live these teachings in your daily life. May you be present. May you be kind. May you be free. Sleep now, dear friend. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. Sleep safely. You have journeyed far tonight. You have listened well. You have opened beautifully. And now you can rest completely, fully, deeply. The journey is complete. The teachings are received. The wisdom is yours. And now there is only sleep, only peace, only rest. The night has been peaceful. You have rested deeply. And whether you have slept continuously or drifted in and out, you have received the healing of rest. The teachings have settled into you. The wisdom has done its work. And now, as the night comes to a close, you can continue sleeping as long as your body needs. When you wake, you will feel refreshed. You will remember the peace you touched tonight. You will carry the wisdom of these stories with you. And you will know that you can return to this peace anytime. These teachings are yours now. This rest is always available. This peace is your birthright. For now, continue sleeping. Continue resting. Let the remainder of the night hold you. Let sleep carry you. Let peace embrace you. You are safe. You are held. You are loved. And you are deeply, deeply at rest. May you wake gently when your body is ready. May you carry this peace into your day. May you remember these teachings. May you be present. May you be kind. May you be free. Sleep now. Rest well. You are held by ancient wisdom. You are safe in eternal peace. Sweet dreams, dear friend. Sweet, peaceful dreams.